Hello, everybody. My name's Coach T, and I'm joined by Old Sad Boy here, and we're back with week 2 of BTL season number 14, and we're glad to have you here. We have an incredible matchup tonight. What do you think?
I am very excited. We have Knights of Ishtar against Imagine Cloud. Hopefully, we get the SKT versus Gen G series and not the G2 series, so we get some good excitement and back and forth.
I'm feeling a game 3 tonight. I really am feeling a game 3. I think we can pull one out of here tonight. It's going to be a close matchup. I'm looking at the stats now, and they're very, very close in SGs.
Yeah, both of them came through with wins last week, and while I personally didn't get to see the Knights of Ishtar match, I see looked really good. Everyone said Knights of Ishtar looked good. They did go to 3 games, so actually both teams did. So yeah, I think it's going to be great. Again, these are, I would say, 2 of the upper tier teams, but we've only had 1 week, so everybody's either 1-1 or lost 1 with no in between.
Right, it's still a little bit early in the tournament to make calls on who's the heavy hitters, but I again, it's gonna be close. I cannot describe these. I'm looking at ranks. Looks like Imagine Cloud is a solid team of platinums, and Knights of Ishtar, they got a few diamonds, got a platinum, and then there's silver too. But I don't know. It's gonna be spicy. I'm expecting some really spicy picks from both sides.
Yeah, we are. Draft is actually starting already. They're already going into picking bands, and you actually do see the Echo ban for Crazy Juggernaut, which was banned all last week. They just are not going to give Echo away, or possibly from Dr. Dad. No, Dr. Dad's a support. Right. Yes, the Echo always banned from Imagine Cloud, no matter what.
Absolutely.
But we also have Knights of Ishtar banned out. The Zillion and the Dragus on the other side of Magic Cloud ban Yora, Olaf, Jinx, and we're going to get Knights of Ishtar with the high priority Jarvan first pick. Magic Cloud is going to lock in the Amumu. So, yeah.
Yeah, you know what? I think J4 right now as a jungler has been a really, really good pick for a long time now. Throughout last season and this early season, he's a dominant jungler, someone that you can really, really force the counter jungle. I've seen it like solo win games because of how dangerous it can be. It's great at ganking, it's great at counter jungling, it's great at just in general controlling the jungle. However, Amumu, that's one of those counter picks where J4 can lock down lock down people inside of the Cataclysm, but if an Amumu comes in and presses R, everyone's stunned, and it kind of just ruins it. So I'm really, it's one of those picks where it depends on how it's played, but both sides can win that matchup pretty easily.
That is true, but Jarvan does normally.
Typically, yeah.
Yeah, Jarvan is normally able to be a little bit more aggressive earlier, which is what we would think the priority would be, or the plan would be for the Jarvan. On the other hand, though, Imagine Cloud does lock in an Ezreal, which, 1, can, of course, blink out of the Cataclysm, but 2, as we were speaking of last week, Ezreal is 100% loss right now for games in BTL. Locking in Ezreal has been basically stabbing your team in the back. Has not been successful so far. So hopefully this will be the change and not the rule with that Ezreal. We do have the Zeri and the Yuumi coming in for Knights of Ishtar, and it's going to be a Victor locked in third for Imagine Cloud.
Absolutely. Zeri, Yuumi, one of those combinations you see a lot in pro play, I feel like. All around, just a decent combination. I think the big thing is, Yuumi is one of those supports that's not really a traditional support. Not having a second body in the lane can typically cause problems. And, Yuumi sits on her AD carry, and, she's out of harm's way, but it puts the AD carry more in harm's way, in my opinion. But, does she make up for that in the heals and the shields? Yeah, I'd say so. So it's it's one of those supports that really puts the movement onto your AD carry, and it really puts a lot of the pressure onto the AD carry to perform. So I think that as long as what is their AD carry's name? Frostbite. As long as he comes here to perform tonight, I think they will not have any trouble in this bottom lane, especially against Ezreal. Like you said, Ezreal. I mean, even not outside of the Black Twitch League, is not that great of an AD carry. I mean, it's a solo queue AD carry, and it's not really. I don't know. I can't really say that it's a great AD carry right now. However, I do like the Victor pick for Imagine Cloud. I think Victor is a solid mid laner right now, and ultimately, I think. Again, that's another one of those champions where if it gets fed, it's a problem late game.
Yeah, we did see Chauvin playing Victor well. Or sorry, we did see... No, they played against the Victor, excuse me. Imagine Cloud did play against the Victor last time, and I guess they've decided to adopt it as their own, which is probably great. The Victor did do a lot of damage in their match last week. So, yeah, Victor is in a great spot. Very strong, able to basically control the lane as well as be able to rotate through. But we got some more picks coming through.
Yeah, I see the Nami pick with the Ezreal, and Knights of Ishtar will pick up Orin. Orin, actually, you know what? I'm a big fan of Orin. I think Orin's a good top laner. I think that as long as he can have some time to farm and get to those Orin ornaments, I think he's very, very useful as far as buffing his team and supplying lots of CC in team fights.
Yeah, Orin, you're never sad about having an Orin. It provides so much, even if one of those champions I like to say has a high floor. No matter what happens, Orin will always be useful, even if he's getting stomped in lane, even if you're having the worst Orin game in the world. Just don't give them everything, and you should be good to go. But we do have a Syndra coming in to match the Victor, and then we also have a Cassante for the top lane. Imagine Cloud picking the Cassante into Ornn. Basically, you're unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. What happens now? So I'm very curious about that interaction because I actually literally do not know. But on the other side, we do have Syndra and Victor. Victor does have not the range advantage for once. Syndra would be able to apply both the orbs and the scatter the weak, which can interrupt Victor from, I don't know, clearing the whole wave all the time. But Syndra does need a little bit of time to scale as well, like Victor. So both mid laners going to take a minute to be the full-on murder machines they can become.
Right. I mean, like you were mentioning, Syndra, they're both, they need to scale. Syndra, with her shards, she can become real dangerous, but the problem with Syndra is a lot of the time is her damage is going to be focused on one person. There's not a lot of spread with the damage, where, Victor's kind of similar. However, he has a lot of play with his abilities, like his ultimate. He can set it down into a crowd of people, and it's a large area, where Syndra's is more targeted, which, they both have perks, right? You can put the Victor in the middle of a team fight, and you can have lots of damage across the board, or you can put a Syndra in the back line and delete an AD carry. So it's just, again, who scales harder and faster, and who gets to that late game. I will say, I think Imagine Cloud needs to play for the late game. A lot of these Knights of Ishtar characters, they are champions. Why did I say characters? Champions will, they'll play hard and fast. They want to end this game as quick as possible. Whereas if Imagine Cloud can make it to the late game and let their characters scale, I think they're going to be even more problem for Knights of Ishtar.
I generally agree. One of the issues we've had also when we've had Ezreal is that Ezreal is, while able to do damage, not able to do damage to who matters, and not able to do enough damage over the course of a team fight. That's kind of what we saw last week. So that's the only thing I worry about for Imagine Cloud. If Ezreal winds up trapped on the wrong side of Ornn or Jarvan in the middle of the team fight, Ezreal's going to pump a bunch of Mystic shots into tanky or semi-tanky champions, and you're doing a ton of damage, but it doesn't matter. They will be fine, right? Whereas, Zeri's gonna have an easier time, I would say, going through Amumu and Cassante, if not CC'd. But I have a question for you, and this is the most important part.
Okay.
So, Amumu plus Misfortune is Curse of the Bullet Time. Would
Right.
Amumu and Victor be Curse of Chaos when they both ult?
That's a good question. I think that combination is really lethal, but I think Curse of Chaos fits best. I don't even know. God, what is Victor's ultimate called completely?
It's Chaos Storm, so it would be Curse of Chaos.
Curse of Chaos.
Yeah, that like Curse of the Sad Chaos.
Okay.
Maybe like I'm workshopping here. What is the
Sad Mummy Storm?
I like that too. Sad Mummy Storm. Hang on.
We're thinking here.
Chaos of the Sad Mummy.
True.
Well, no, because I think it's Curse of the Bullet Time, because the Curse of the Sad Mummy comes first in the Bullet Time. So it would have to be like, Curse of the Storm. But now it sounds like it's Heroes of the Storm, but it's a dead game, so that makes sense. It'd be Curse of the Storm. Feel bad for anybody still trying to get some Heroes of the Storm going, but
oh, that's so good.
But yeah, no, that's just kind of my thought. That was rattling around in my brain. I was like, oh yeah, that Amumu Victor ult is gonna be a lethal Curse of the Chaos. I think that's what we should stick with it. We should trademark that before somebody else gets to it.
Trademark that. Curse of Chaos. Done. Stamp sealed. Send it to Riot. They don't know.
But as we're going in, like you said you think Imagine Cloud's gonna go pretty well. I think they're gonna go. I think so. Like in my head, I think Victor still can do more work than Syndra. I think Amumu and Jarvan are basically even each other out. I think Yuumi and Nami basically even each other out. So it comes down to top lane and bot lane. I think Ornn offers more wide-scale utility, right? Between the items, between the team fight ultimate. Cassante is basic. Cassante is the Ornn what Syndra is the Victor. You could screw like 1-2 people. Ornn can screw everybody. Syndra can screw 1-2 people. Victor can screw everybody, right? And then on the other side, you have the ADCs. You have the Zeri versus the Ezreal, which, if piloted well, Ezreal can do a ton of work. But you have to be able to get around the Ornn and the Jarvan without getting killed by the Syndra, which is
it's tough.
Beyond a knife's edge. I'm trying to think of something sharper than a knife.
A razor? Yeah,
it's a razor's edge. So we have to see if Ezreal is up for that. So it's really hard to say who I think is going to come out of here with this dub.
I would say this is going to be completely a skilled matchup. Like I mentioned before, a lot of these matchups, there's no hard counters here, but it's just a matter of, can Amumu play for time? Can he get to his late game phase where he can counter the J4, or can J4 play faster than Amumu can, take all of his camps and let him get to the point where he can't even farm? It's right. At the end of the day, it's all about who plays this matchup better. I don't think there's a single team that had outdrafted the other. So I would agree with you. It's really tough to say who wins this one, and I think it's all going to be determined in the first 10 minutes or so. If they can slow down the push from the Knights of Ishtar side, I think they will not have any issues at all. But if they can't manage to stop it, that'll be huge problems for their late game.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on all of that. But we are going to go to a break for our spectator delay, and we will be back with Game 1, Knights of Ishtar, Imagine Cloud. don't go anywhere. Feel free to make your predictions in the Twitch chat poll. Is it a poll?
I think it's
I
a
don't-
poll. Sounds about
Yeah.
right.
We'll say it's a poll because it's gambling, but not with real money. So it's a poll, basically.
Right on. But we can't wait to get to game number 1 of the series. So I guess we'll catch you really soon.
Kale, blinded by the shadows your light casts.
Here to make excuses for their darkness, sister? The unrighteous will burn!
Welcome back to game number 1 here of tonight. Knights of Istar versus Imagine Cloud. And we are in game officially, it seems. So I'm ready.
I am ready as well. I'm very excited. Actually, are we playing? Is the game moving forward, or am I just a little bit ahead? I'm at 35 seconds. Sorry.
I'm right. I'm right with you. I unpaused
Okay.
already.
All right. Just making sure we are all locked in. But ooh, there you go. There's already some aggression into the Amumu jungle that you were saying was going to happen. Free money for the Syndra.
Okay, whoa. I'm a talk.
All right, welcome back.
Wait, I think everyone is at different times, and so I think the stream is not at the same time that you guys are. So we need to agree on a time for everyone to pause at. Let's pause it like back at 30 seconds so that nothing happens.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Yeah. If everyone could go back to 30 seconds.
Okay, because I was unsure. I was like,
Yeah. I think we got a bit
ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I think we got a bit but before we get too far into the game, let's get that covered now. All right.
Okay.
Is everyone at 30 seconds?
I'm at 30 seconds.
Yes.
Okay, so I'll do the countdown. I can't actually see. I'm not in the game, but hopefully we can all just play at the same time. So
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Okay.
All right.
And hopefully now 31, 32. You guys can tell me what you guys count your time.
38, 39, 40.
38, yeah.
Okay, everyone in sync. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Now
All right.
now hopefully we're good to go.
Now we're back.
Yeah.
We're back. We're synced up now officially. But yeah, like you mentioned, early aggression from Jarvan. It's something you would totally expect to see against the Summoner. So,
Yeah, they do get the ward deep into the topside jungle for the Amumu. They will be able to tell within reason where Amumu's going to start. And they get a free ward out from Dr. Dad. Dr. Dad's already taken a pretty solid chunk of damage.
yeah, about quarter of his health gone, but he does get the pink ward gone for or melt. Well, he doesn't melt it, but he pays a quarter of his health to take that pink ward. Is it worth it? I don't know. But
That's
he
a
does
great
get
question. You do get to say you have the vision score advantage already. So, you know, depending on psychologically where you put that, where you value that, maybe Dr. Dad came out ahead. Does get to heal back up, though, off the ebb and flow.
All right. Again, early game phase is always super slow for any game. Starts off real slow. I am very curious. I don't know who has the level 2 advantage here in the bot lane. I couldn't tell you.
That is actually a great question. I am not sure either. They looks like it's going to be very close as well. Which one is going to get to level 2 first? So I don't even know if it's going to matter. It looks like they're both playing pretty evenly there in the lane, not looking to press too hard on either one of them. So I imagine both sides are both kind of like, do we win this or not?
Ooh, Cassante. Cassante did hit level 2 first in the top lane, but Orin actually managing to trade back when he hit level 2 himself. And look at this on the mini. I'm looking on the mini map right now. J4 is already invading the Amumu jungle. He is already in the jungle, and he has, and it's been 3 minutes.
And he's on the blue buff. His bot lane does not have priority though, so if he's spotted out, could wind up getting stuck between an Amumu and a Syndra. Oh wow! So Syndra rotates first. The bot lane does not rotate from Imagine Cloud, and it looks like he just gets out with a clean heist.
Absolutely, Cassante is taken pretty low here in the top lane. He's going to opt to stay on our side of things. Gives a little bit of that health back.
What is Amumu? Is Amumu? Oh, he doesn't have any camps. He's just waiting for the scuttle crab. Oh, that feels bad. Feels real bad.
Yeah, J4 is already back on the scuttle crab.
We're gonna get a fight. Victor's rotating first this time though, and Amumu wins the fight.
Yeah, J4 is able to get away, but it's surprisingly Amumu does a little too much damage to him. There we go, a nice stun there. Bandage is gonna land, and first blood goes over to Crazed Juggernaut. What a play! He's gonna flash in on Ventro. Ventro is on the run. Can he get out alive? He's under the turret. The stun doesn't connect, and he's able to get away.
Ooh. Well, he got his blue buff back no matter what.
A little bit of transfer of buffs. Yeah, he's able to get it back, and he'll get the bottom scuttle crab because of that.
And he has a longer cooldown on it, so it lasts a little longer. That big brain play there by Curry's Juggernaut, but it did come down to basically the rotation. You know, with Grura being able to get there first and forcing Jarvan out. I don't know why Jarvan went back in, unless they were thinking maybe that with Ventro there would be able to do a little bit more damage. But
Bandage gonna get Ventro's in a lot of trouble as Christ Juggernaut comes in for the second kill of this game. Holy cow. It's already been a fight fest, man. Punches across the board, man.
The Amumu being, first of all, able to get the first kill, but then get the return gank immediately in mid lane. And now we see Jarvan down there in the bot lane. Is going to be able to force out a flash.
Just the flash, though. Bubble lands, installs that gank, and there's just not much that can make more out of that. Ooh, nice knock up there for Cassante. This Relish is going to continue on to Tycoon.
Yeah. That's a fat wave. I was going to say Cassante building up a pretty solid lead, but Orange should be able to even it out or get at least close to it, depending on how well he's able to see us under tower. But getting the flash out of Nami is still better than nothing. Ezreal's going to always have a spare flash. Nami does not. So we'll be able to be trapped whenever the next fight comes up. That said, your mid laner not having a flash and having an Amumu, need to hang out near that mid laner, because if you don't, Amumu's going to return, and you see Amumu already looking to kind of prep up both for the dragon and eyeing that mid lane.
Yeah, pings across the board. Amumu's already back mid lane. He's on those Raptors. I don't know if he's going to look for a gank here in Syndra. Syndra's still under tower. Nice knock-up called. Forge God going to go down here on the Relish as Vespero makes his time. Beautiful knocks-up. Oh, Cassante gets taken down. Well played from Knights of Ishtar.
Yeah, That was really good layering of the CC, able to make sure that Cassante never really got a chance to do anything. You can press your buttons if you want to, but it's not going to register. But on the other side, you see Crazy Juggernaut going to take the dragon, because having seen where the jungler was on the other side, knows that he is safe to just take it on his own, is going to get a little help. But very well coordinated there from Knights of Ishtar, getting on the board with the kill.
Absolutely. And, you know, objective control has been really good. Unleashed Power going to go on Gruer, and then he's going to trade back with the Case Storm, and that's the kill. Wow. Gruer's able to turn that around on Syndra. Finds himself with a solo kill there in the mid lane. Wow.
Yeah, I have questions.
All right.
The last question in that fight was why the flash, but the first question is why did they both decide that that was where they wanted to fight?
Yeah, I agree with you. That was just an awkward spot to fight for both of them. And the flash, as far as I know, I don't think it was very necessary. He might have been flashing out of a Syndra Q, actually. Because Syndra may have placed a Q right before she died. But I don't know if that was the case.
I didn't see one, but I could have missed it. But it definitely looked like, Cassante is chasing down the Ornn. He wants it.
Oh, and he's going to get it. Free of charge. He fights for it. It costs him his ultimate and his flash, but he does get that solo kill there. What is happening? He didn't know. He walked straight into a kill pit and just gets annihilated.
That is what all of that extra vision, that extra preparedness Crazy Juggernaut set up is very worth. You remember before the dragon, he was in the other side of the jungle, kind of marking out where Vopertor might have been, and then they're able to rotate into the river and wait for the gank that Vopertor wanted to pull on the mid lane there. Whoever called that being absolutely deep in the mental mind of Knights of Ishtar, knowing that they're going to come for the flash was Gruer.
Absolutely, and you got to give him credit. This is the exact start that Imagine Cloud wanted. This is how you slow down the fight, and they're bringing the fight to them, and they've got themselves a lot of kill gold already. Again, back mid. Syndra dead a third time already in just 9 minutes.
They are very much playing for Victor will murder people later, and it's looking like that will be the case. The Call of the Forge God coming in top lane, but that unstoppable. See, they can both go unstoppable. It's just about timing it right to prevent the other person from being able to do. I think a dive is going to go on. Crazy Juggernaut's there too, though.
Vaperdo knows it. Are they going to make any moves here? At this point, I think the fight's awkward. They just need to fall back. They just need to regroup. That's not worth it at all.
Yeah, again, Crazy Juggernaut in the right place at the right time, able to prevent the dive onto just Relish just by showing up. Just generally great map movements coming out from Imagine Cloud right now. We do see down here in the bot lane, they are getting pushed in a little bit, is Knights of Ishtar as well, losing some plate gold, losing some pressure. A lot of pressure. Dr. Dad taking a chunk of health, getting lost as well, misses the bubble.
Right, looking at the plates, it's pretty close to a second plate here for Imagine Cloud here. They're doing a pretty good job at controlling their lanes so far.
Yeah, the opposite of which I think is going to go for mid lane. Unfortunately, getting pushed in some more. Gruer is now going to be able to, with the item, with the Luden's Echo, going to be able to get even more priority, as well as it has a little bit ahead on his damage curve there in the mid lane.
Yeah, huge damage. Ludens will just provide even more damage. So it's at the point where Victor could just run away with this fight. I mean, we know how lethal it can be, and it's just kind of scary right now.
Yeah, and with the dragon coming up in 30 seconds, it's definitely going to be a question of what is going to stop this advantage for the Victor. But we do see the backs coming in for the carries on Imagine Cloud. There was no back taken by Frostbite, so Frostbite is actually going to be a little bit behind the Ezreal as far as itemization going into this dragon if they want to contest it. Knights of Ishtar are not going to have as much damage as the Ezreal already has the Essence Reaver.
Absolutely. Now, we've seen a Wind Dragon and we've seen an Ocean Dragon. What is the Soul Dragon? Any guesses?
I think it's going to be Hextech.
Hextech?
Yeah.
If you go Hextech, I'm going to go Infernal. You know, everybody likes a good Infernal Soul, right? As long as it's not Cringe Soul, right? Mountain Soul. Follow Forge guy going down in the top lane as Jarvan makes a beautiful Flash EQ. Wow. Well played there, knocking up Cassante there, and they do find the kill in the top lane.
And they have the Rift Herald as well, so they are going to drop it in the top lane, I imagine, and get a bunch of plates.
It is a Mountain Soul. See, Caster's Curse. I call it the Cringe Soul, and it makes an appearance. But
yeah, you know what it is going to do though? It is going to make it even harder to kill the Ezreal and possibly harder to kill the Cassante. Crazy Juggernaut misses the ultimate, misses the bandage toss, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Venture going to teleport down. He's going to try to chase down Crazy Juggernaut, flash out. Crazy Juggernaut is able to stay alive for the time being, but he does go down. That's a shutdown on Syndra. However, Ventro now in the one in trouble. He's got to be on the run. Unleashed Power going to go down. It's not going to save his life. But he does pick up a shutdown.
Does get the kill. Did have to use the teleport and the flash. On the other side, Gruer's just like, okay, the plate gold, and then the free CS. More plates going down in the bot lane. But during all that, the top lane, they did take the tower with the Rift Herald. So lots of gold being exchanged. Not quite sure who comes out ahead overall. But Ventro, I'm going to say worth, kind of. I mean, it does get that Luden's in, but also does mean that Gruer is going to be even more stronger.
You know, he's still got about 1,400 gold up on Syndra as well, even after that. But it does close the gap some. But here's something to know. Orin is actually up 400 gold on Cassante right now.
Oh, doesn't matter because Ventro
is going to go down again.
Yep.
1 in 5 in just 14 minutes. And
I'm pretty sure this qualifies as cyberbullying.
At this point, probably.
This is you should tell a teacher or tell your parents or something because this is not cool. This is not okay. They just will not let Syndra exist on the map.
It's like, oh hey, Syndra's on the map. Let's go say hi. It's incredibly well played from Imagine Cloud though.
Yeah, absolutely, positively making sure that Syndra will not be the problem. Maybe a problem, but definitely won't be the problem. On the other side, though, we do have a lot of... Oh, man.
Nice bandage. Final chapter going to go out. It buys a little bit of time. Ooh, flash in from Relish. He's going to stop the teleport.
Yeah, I don't know if that was worth it, though.
Nice stun. Keeps him away from reflecting the Forge God.
Yeah, that was, but I think he's still gonna go down. He basically flashed to his death.
He might be out actually. Orin's under tower actually. Uh-oh, he flashes. He got the kill. Our Victor's on his way top lane right now. Can he get there in time? Is the question.
I don't think he's gonna get there in time to kill the Orin. which again, stopping the Ornn from teleporting, I don't know if was the biggest of priorities there, worth flashing into basically using your abilities and your cooldowns to flash into the Ornn, which allows Ornn to just go, okay, I'm gonna kill you now.
Yeah, it's like, all right, you want me to stay? You're not. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. And so yeah, he does pay with his life. I'm not sure if it was worth it, but it happened.
It definitely wasn't worth it, but Verperto's got to be careful here.
Yeah, he's gonna get caught out.
I think he's gonna. Yeah, you got to leave that.
Yeah, Harold's just gonna reset off of that. I mean, he lost a good chunk of his health, and
with one laser. One laser.
And that's just Victor on a Ludens and a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, almost done the Shadow Flame. We'll have the Shadow Flame next back. Victor, I mean, goes without saying, is a little bit ahead of the curve for just about everybody in the game, not named Amumu.
Right. Bot lane though is actually fairly even.
Yeah, bot lane did not have as much volatility or as much attention from the junglers until recently, but Ezreal, I think Ezreal's still a little bit ahead item-wise from Frostbite, but Frostbite does have the Mythic, which Ezreal did not prioritize. They are on this dragon though. Imagine Cloud just playing the map so incredibly well.
Yeah, Vaperedo was able to pick up the Herald, but he just they're gonna have to give the dragon. They have no priority in the bot side, and that's the price you pay. And that's 3 dragons, and they're gonna be on Soul Point. Oh, hold on, Ornn's here actually.
I mean,
no way.
It's a try. It's a try. That's the best way I can put that. It's a try. But yeah, we do see the second item already coming in for the Victor. We do see the second item almost done for the Ezreal.
He's got that Shadow Flame. Makes him a little more tanky, gives him a little more damage.
But on even more than the tankiness, also with the Mountain Dragon, you have to now contest that next dragon if you're Knights of Ishtar. There is no way in the world you're going to be able to kill the Victor with a Mountain Soul when he's this far ahead already.
Right,
and the Amumu with the Jack shows.
I was just going to say
Amumu with the Jack shows. Yeah, you cannot let him get Mountain Soul.
Amumu's just gonna he gets Mountain Soul and he just walks into your back line, and it's just over. You know, they have to start contesting these dragons. I mean, it's 4 minutes into the next one, but still, they have to start making moves on this bottom side of the map. Ooh, Dr. Dad is taking some damage. EQ flash for Jarvan, gonna miss. Honestly, not worth the flash, but Harold's gonna go down. Oh, God, Dr. Dad is really a lot of trouble here. He's gonna go down. They're gonna dive. A good call to dive as they're gonna take this outer turret in the mid lane. Victor's on the recall already. Ezreal and Amumu are nearby. Oof. Ornn gonna eat that bandage. That may have stopped the Herald from going. I don't know if that would have killed it. However, they're gonna just re-engage off of this. Tygoon in a little bit of trouble. Nice stun finds Vaperedo and Tygoon. However, not quite the ending of this fight here. Zeri now looks to make his way to the fight. Great Juggernaut is here. He's gonna go down first. Gruber is taking low. He's able to get away. Relish buying space and time. Huge damage onto Frostbite. Gonna get the kill. Frostbite does go down. Relish is now stuck away from his team. Wow.
That is at least currently a 3 for 3, but it looks like it's going to be a 2 for 3 after the re-engage.
Relish is still alive. Can he get out? Oof.
Ezreal's pumping out the damage though now. And now Dr. Dad is back in the fight. I forgot Dr. Dad had died so early that he's able to get back up now.
Yeah, he died so early in that fight, but
so basically it was a 4v5 afterwards that Imagine Cloud was able to go even-ish in. That said, was very, very spread out, which is I think what you want if you're Knights of Ishtar, not clumping up, not allowing the Curse of the Sad Mummy and the Chaos Storm to hit multiple members is basically what allowed them to come out ahead in that fight.
You know, I got to give props to the Knights of Ishtar. They were able to take that fight that was clearly not going very well at the start of it and turn it around. They were able to find the support and work their way to the back line. Kasante did what he could. He found himself an AD carry, but that was pretty much it out of that fight. And ultimately, an even fight, something Cloud or Imagine Cloud does not want in these later game fights. They want to secure this. They want to secure these fights. They want to win these fights hard, and they can't afford to be giving up even fights like that. Oh, Dr. Dad is just deleted by Syndra.
Yeah, got caught out trying to ward. Was beside their jungler, but not beside their jungler. And that is basically that's all there is to it. You are still Nami. You are very, very squishy, and they have enough CC and damage that once one of them hits you, all of them hit you.
Right, squishy and immobile at that rate. And so, like you said, you get hit by CC, you're pretty much done for.
Yeah, feels real bad. But that also is going to give Knights of Ishtar at least a little bit of priority here on this bottom side, looking to set up for the dragon, trying to make sure that that Mountain Soul doesn't go over. We did see in the last fight, Crazed Juggernaut, even though did go down, was alive for so long.
He was just eating damage.
With a Mountain Soul would be catastrophic.
30 seconds until Dragon spawn.
That back was too early or too late. I mean, you can't back that late if you and they got spotted too. So the bot lane of Knights of Ishtar back with 30 seconds to the dragon, and now they're giving up all sorts of space in this river in the neutral area because IC knows it's a 5v3, so they can walk in clear vision, look to see, what they can find, and basically make this an even fight where they're not entirely pushed out of the dragon area now.
Right, they're gonna force Knights of Ishtar to retake as they start with control here. Looks like they're gonna drag the pit south here on the map. Call of the Forge gonna go down. A nice stun prevents it from going anywhere else. Followed up by the wave from Nami. First kill goes on to Victor. Cataclysm goes down in the middle of the fight. It's going to lock down Brewer and Juggernaut, but it's not going to do much as Kasante finds a kill onto him. Ezreal finds another kill, and this is the fight that Imagine Cloud needed. Frostbite's trying to buy something back, but it's not enough. He can't afford to get caught out here, and they're going to be forced to give up this dragon here. The laser barely catching Frostbite. Frostbite is really low. He's just going to have to back away. There's no point in trying to fight for this dragon, as it is a 5v5 going terribly wrong for Knights of Ishtar, and they pick up the soul because of it.
Yeah, Magic Cloud made them fight into a I don't want to say a choke point. It's not like a river entrance, but it's at least tight enough that the ults coming out from the Nami, from the Amumu, from the Victor are gonna hit 2 and 3, 4 people. And with that available, all it took was, hey, I see an opening. Hey, we got to go in to stop the Call of the Forge God. The Amumu ult hits 3 people. The Victor ult hits 2 people immediately. The Tidal Wave hits 2 people. And now your bot lane that was already late getting to the river is now the only people alive.
Right. And, I got to say it was huge. Kasante doing big work as the Cataclysm came down onto Victor, but Victor's able to stopwatch, give Kasante time to work onto the J4, and J4 dies before he can even do anything with it.
Yeah, and the stopwatch that came out, so well done from Gruer. They did lock him down, and Gruer just said, okay, well, you can't do any damage to me. Like, they got the perfect Cataclysm for what you want to do in that team fight, and then it was like, that's fine. I pressed R, and then I pressed my stopwatch. You're hurting, and I'm not.
Exactly.
But yeah, they're going to set up for Baron now with the teleport still available on Victor, on Kasante. Actually, all the teleports are available, but they are setting up for this Baron, and it's going to be very, very hard to really regain or gain in the first place any of the territory to get good wards for Knights of Ishtar, which is only... I shouldn't say only. There is the possibility you catch out Dr. Det. There it is. So the Amumu can just bully whoever he sees, and he's not worried about dying.
Yeah, that's just how lethal this Mountain Soul is for these tanky team comps. Cassante even becoming more of a menace now because of it.
Yeah, Amumu threw a bandage toss at the Jarvan with Syndra nearby and said, "I bet you won't." Like that tanky. Like you can try if you want to, but you're not gonna kill me. And Knights of Ishtar said, "You know what? You're right. We don't want it. We don't want any of this smoke," and just walked away. It allowed him to take that Scuttle Crab, which again is going to be the kind of the ongoing ebb and flow now, where they're just gonna keep kind of pressuring until they can either take the Baron, take the Elder Dragon, or advance just straight into your base.
It's a tank fight in the bot lane. They're just slapping each other, man. This is not a fight that's very fun to watch. Oh,
It's gonna come down to who runs out of mana first.
exactly. But it looks like on the top side of our map, Vaperdo is going to start with control of this top river. However, he's actually going to give up here. They were possibly looking for Baron here, actually, but it looks like they call it off as Cassante may be putting on a little too much pressure in the bot lane.
I think they were just trying to get vision, make sure the Baron's not being taken, but
Maybe it
definitely
was even a ploy to try to start a fight.
yeah, maybe catch somebody out walking in because they didn't hit the Baron at all. I think they knew. I mean, the Baron is obviously going to be warded, so you're not going to surprise them by being able to take it. So yeah, just playing the vision game back and forth now on who is ahead, who can do the things. But again, you see the death cap already coming through for Grur. Just gonna hit like a truck, and oh no, buddy.
Force the flash away, but Imagine Cloud takes it. They're like, all right, he flashed. So what?
That's an effective flash, though. Did not get caught, but see, now they can play this Baron game where they push them out. You see all that vision, and there's no vision in there for Knights of Ishtar, so they have to walk in here, basically face check it. You see the Jarvan throwing down the Demacian Standard, trying to see what's going on. This might be a 50-50, though. There's the Call the Ford God.
They do end up securing it, but here comes the fight. Last chapter going to be opened up for Yuumi. Crazy Juggernaut can be taken low. Here comes Star walking onto the back line as Relish, but he's not too low. He's got to back out of the fight. Ooh, Guru's going to be caught out. That's the first kill of this fight. Bubble going to land. Is going to buy space for Crazy Juggernaut as he's going to run. Bossfight is still on top of him as the jump over the wall. He's doing no damage, but it's just enough. Dr. Dad going to be taking low on the backside of this fight, though. Can he get out? He's speeding up. Frostbite going to reconnect here with Dr. Dad. He's going to find the kill. And Zeri, the one finding the damage here. Wow. Knights of Ishtar actually making them pay for that Baron, where 3 kills come through.
Oh, what are you doing?
Relish tries to contest, but he almost loses his life, able to flash away. And you know what? I say that's totally worth for Knights of Ishtar. They pick up 3 kills, and they get an inner tower. And you know what? They're still down on gold, but they're making it work.
Yeah, absolutely worth. They got to kill Gura. They got to kill Crazed Juggernaut. On top of which, there's only 2 Barons now instead of 5. Oh, I thought he was going to catch out the Ornn. But, yeah, no, did a great job actually winning the fight afterwards. Again, did not wind up kind of in a death ball because the comp for Imagine Cloud is basically anti-death ball. Did not steal the Baron, but that was basically the only thing that went wrong there. And now we're going to see this fight over Elder, and because there's only 2 Barons available for Imagine Cloud, they're not able to just say you can't go in here because we're pushing every lane. And so here we are again with 5 people in this river looking to see what's going to happen with this dragon fight, except a lot of things they're just now coming up off a cooldown because all the ults were used in the last fight.
Yep, True Shot Barrage is going to go a little bit wide there on the beginning of this fight. I will say Elder Dragon is a very important dragon. Cassante able to dodge Call of the Forge Gods. He is onto the backline already. Great Jungle Line finds a kill on the Ventral. Final chapter going to go down as well. Cataclysm falls up from Vaperdo. Just Relish, they're taken so low. They're being poked out by Zeri. Shields are down. Relish is trying to escape. Reginald Relish tries to buy space. Huge damage from Relish, but it's not enough. He's going to be knocked up. 2 kills. For Knights of Ishtar, for only one on the
God.
It's a massacre for Knights of Ishtar. Wow, they're able to turn that fight around, and now they have themselves an Elder Dragon Now, a lot of people know that this is a very important dragon. Throughout the seasons, most of the time, it's about a 60% of the time when you pick up Elder Dragon, you win these games. So, I want to see Howard. Here comes Big Nuggy. He finds himself a kill. They're going to work towards this Elder Dragon. Can this bot lane make it work? They don't have a jungler. It's going to be flashed down. They do secure it. Now Biggie Nuggy is on the run. He's going to be forced to a huge stop for Sidra. And Sidra gets 2 kills. What a play. He's able to catch them out. And now that is an ace for Knights of Ishtar. It was not looking good for Knights of Ishtar. However, they're able to bring it back in the later game phase. Wow.
You can't be serious.
I'm just amazed as you are. I cannot believe Knights of Ishtar brought this back. Teleports down. Tygun's here. They could look to end here with the final fight. They got the Elder. Let's see how can this happen. He's already out of proc onto Relish. Ugh.
This is insane. This is absolutely insane.
They take inhib and they give. They're like, hey, we're happy with that. Now look at the gold graphs. They have changed completely. 4,000 gold up is Knights of Ishtar. They have turned this game around.
Oh no, and they put the blue trinket there. They're trying to set up a trap where someone comes up to hit the blue trinket and then they kill them. But a very nice cue from Gruer to at least make sure he doesn't walk into the death bush. If you are Imagine Cloud, you have to hang out and not fight for another 2 minutes. But I am amazed. I'm not sure on the math here. Is the Elder buff going to wear out before it will? It should wear out before the Baron comes back up.
It should, yes. Just barely, but that's what Imagine Cloud needs to play for. They need to play for time. They need to stay away from them while they have this Elder buff. And as long as they can do that, hopefully they just now they're looking for fights they can win, because this surprise of a Knights of Ishtar team bringing it back out of nowhere, winning team fight after team fight. Now they got to look for fights they can win. They got to play it a lot more slowly than they were before.
Oh my god! And that Ornn is so big now. That Ornn is so tanky.
Look at that. We have 4 ornaments out. Yuumi, the only one without an ornament. And let's be honest, Yuumi really doesn't need an ornament.
That is true, and that's another issue. Even with the 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, there's also the Ornn items that will make it, even bigger, basically, as far as functional difference, where they are just so strong right now that as long as they don't get hit with the 2 and 3, oh no, Casante's got out.
Oof. He tries to get out. All out's going to go down. Not much after that. Call Forge Guy going to look. He's going to find one. A beautiful EQ combo from Darvin, followed up by the Cataclysm. Big Nuggy is going to be stuck in there. Oh, he's able to get out barely. Flashing from Zeri. Oh, he's going to go down. He's got to find the kill. Just Relish is going to try to make something out. It's not going to happen. Double kill for Zeri. Crazy Juggernaut now on the run. He's going to flash over the wall. Over the wall as well from Zeri. He brings Zeri out of the fight, but triple kill for Zeri at the backside of this fight. And it looks like they can end here. However, it is Gruer and the Nami alive. Nice stun there. Gruer is annihilated. He's got forced to be going gold. Oh, the bubble lands a little bit late. Roberto finding the kill onto Gruer, and it is just Nami left, and they will not be able to defend. And that is game 1 going over to the Knights of Ishtar. I cannot tell you how much of a surprise that is. That is crazy. What a turnaround game for the Knights of Ishtar.
Jesus. That is, I don't know how to properly describe what I just saw, where it literally was like, hey, you're doing great. You are dominating. You just got to keep, playing the map, making them walk into you. And then they did. They had 2 different fights where they made them walk into them. And they lost both of them, which is basically what your comp wants. Like, they walk in, Amumu ults onto the back line, Victor ults onto the back line, should be GG. And then instead, Knights of Ishtar played it so well, were properly spaced, made sure they had the better target selection, kept Zeri super safe. And, you know, the Zeri who, while not behind, certainly didn't feel like was ahead in the early game, winds up, you know, dealing the second most damage in the game behind Ezreal, but, you know, was able to secure all of those kills, was able to be, again, safer, I guess you'd say, in the fights, and able to put down more valuable damage. That's in I am at a loss. Knights of Ishtar, absolutely amazing comeback there. Just Curse of Ezreal. That's the best way I can put it. Curse of Ezreal. Just Ezreal is cursed this season. Please stop doing it.
You know what? I see that Zeri, she picked up the LDR, and you know what? It was a really slow start for Zeri, but she picks up the LDR and she just starts wailing on these tanks. And my God, I think Zeri played that really, really good towards the end of that match. And, you know, like you said, I'm at a loss of words. I cannot believe they were so far down. I mean, if you look at these gold graphs, like, I'm very interested to see the gold graphs here. Like, unironically, it's got to be scary. But unironically, they came back from a spot where I could never, ever see them taking it back, and they brought it back. So,
Yeah.
a fantastic game one.
I mean, they had Mountain Soul. They're setting up for Baron. They take the Baron, and then they lose the Baron fight, and then they lose the Elder fight. I don't understand, like, in a big picture sense. I'm still having trouble, like, you know when something happens and it just doesn't make sense in your mind, and you're like, wait, but why? That's where I'm at right now, where I'm just like, but why? But how? But why? Like, just so well played by Knights of Ishtar. Yeah.
You could not have asked for a better game one in this series, man. Oh my God, that has me so hyped for game number two. What like, it's hard because there's, at the end of the day, there's not much you can say for both teams. Like, what did they change? Like, where is their, like, problem child? Where do they fix? What do they, you know, what new thing do they introduce? But both teams played that so insanely well. It just looks like Knights of Ishtar just kept winning these team fights, and they just brought it back.
Yeah, absolutely did. And you know, we will see what they change in game two. I also don't know what changes in game two, because up until a point, IC was playing exactly how you want to play, and then after that point, Knights of Ishtar played exactly how they want to play. So I don't know, but I look forward to seeing it. And yeah, we'll be back for game two here shortly.
All right, we'll see you then. welcome back to game number 2 of the Magic Cloud versus Knights of Ishtar, and we are in draft wall for game number 2. How you feeling? That one's got me feeling kind of off, but how are you feeling about that?
I'm excited. It was a roller coaster. It was a roller coaster of emotions. So I imagine this one is gonna be the same.
Absolutely. I'm stoked though to see a change. We already see a change. I see Knights of Ishtar taking a Mumu off the table with their first ban of round 1 bans.
Yeah, I wonder if the Echo is going to get banned. Echo has been banned ever. Ooh, Echo is up. Echo is up.
They also take the J4 off the table as well. And the first pick is Jinx. Jinx actually a really good AD carry in my opinion right now. I think she's great.
Yeah. Jinx is I think it's Jinx and Xayah are basically the two always picked or banned currently at MSI. What I do like about Knights of Ishtar is they banned 3 junglers. We saw Craze Juggernaut play Gragas previously. They just banned 3 junglers. They were like, nope.
Let's get them out of here.
Different. I play something different.
Volibear going to be picked up for Knights of Ishtar. Interesting. Let's see. Knights of Ishtar. What do we got for Volibear stats here? I actually don't see it very often, according to this. So a pretty spicy pick. Nautilus, a pretty good AD carry. Yikes! A support. It's just there are a lot of counters into it, but ultimately a support that's really hard to mess up. A very, very straightforward support, and a support that can just do a lot regardless
there
if it's a head or Echo picked up for a Magic Cloud, and if it's as good as you say it is, I'm ready to see it, man.
It is a must ban. So I am excited. I am gonna laugh if it flops. There's been so much. It's been banned 4 straight times. 4. Sorry, there was the game just earlier for a Magic Cloud. So if it flops after being banned 4 straight times, it's gonna be hilarious in my heart. Like I'm just gonna laugh because like this was your ace in the hole and it did not work. But there is the Lulu as well, so Lulu's gonna be able to at least keep Jinx safe-ish from the engages and make Jinx move faster away from the damage and from the Volibear Nautilus.
Right?
What?
Galio?
Oh my goodness.
It's the Galio mid. I like that. You know what? I think Galio mid is strong right now. A lot of people don't play it, but you know what? It's another one of those champions. Very straightforward. And I mean, as long as you know the combo, it's hard to lose a matchup into it. But it's really weird to see it picked this early, actually. You know, typically it's one of those, well, I guess could it be a flex pick? I don't know. But I do like the Galio pickup. I think Galio is really good. Xayah off the board for 80 carries. Knights of Ishtar did not round 1 an 80 carry. Interesting.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be 2 80 carry bans from Imagine Cloud, but Volibear Nautilus Galio is a whole lot of these people in this area. Screw them.
Yeah, exactly.
They will not be moving, and they will not be killing us.
Right,
that is so much CC you can layer on.
Absolutely, and you know what? Galio ult as
tanking
well. Galio ult's putting on the magic shields when it lands on our allies. That could really turn a fight extremely hard. So I'm ready to see how it's played. Aphelios? Please don't launch me Aphelios. Oh my god, he did it. Oof. You know what? A lot of people hate on Aphelios, but you know, at the end of the day, it's one of those characters that just kind of requires skill. And
if you're good at Aphelios, if you know, if you have 200 years of studying, if you were a monk, you will be great.
You're a monk. Yeah,
you traveled deep into the mountains and meditated until you understood all the guns and why you do this, then there, that, and what, then yes, you can do stupid things with Aphelios. But on the other side, if you pick the wrong gun combination or you run out of bullets with the right gun at the wrong time, you can wind up just kind of tickling people. And it's
you see it go 0-10 a lot more than you see it go 10-0. That's just the point.
yes, but you also see it delete people from half a screen away, where everybody's like, "Oh yeah, it was the green gun plus the turrets," and you're like, "What? That what?
What just
What
happened?
do you mean?" So you know, again, it's one of those things where you can make it happen. It's just hard to make it happen. But we do get the Camille too.
I do like Camille. Camille, very strong top laner now. But what I really like about Magic Cloud's draft right now is Auron. Auron looked so good last match. You know, he played the match into Cassante damn well. You know, I have no complaints from the Auron side of things. And you know what? He played it really good. So a great pickup. Interesting enough from them, the Zac jungle. You know what? It's been a while since I've seen a good Zac, but it's always great to watch.
Yeah, kind of the response to the, "Oh, you brought a lot of everybody over here can't move." We can do that too. But I'm concerned for the Auron, actually. That Camille is going to Camille, which
things.
means, you know, even similar to Auron is always useful, Camille is almost always useful in that if you don't shut her down very far by the late game, by the mid game a lot of times, but definitely by the late game, Camille is just going to sit in a side lane, take whatever she wants, and then when you bring your friends, she's going to be like, "Ha toodles," and just dash away, and you're like, I hate this so much. But if you only bring one friend, you only bring the Auron, she's going to go, "Actually, true damage."
Yeah, I'm going to do all this
True
true
damage?
damage to you, and you're not going to do a damn thing about it because you're going to be taking too much damage.
like good for you. I'm glad you have all that health. Did you know I have true damage?
You know, it's pretty interesting, actually. You know, Camille, the combination of the Galio Camille is pretty weird, I think, because, you know, Galio wants them all grouped up, and Camille does just the opposite. She takes a person and kicks everyone else out of that area.
Yeah.
So,
So the thing is, you can Camille ult into Galio ult, right? But you can also just 4-1. You go 4-1 and have the rest of your team picking these team fights, and if they bring 5, Camille takes a tower or 2. And if they bring 4 and someone matches Camille, Camille kills them. If they bring 2 to stop Camille, your 4 beats the 3. Like, I think that's kind of the options Knights of Ishtar has, which are good options. And based on how we saw them coordinate later in the game last game, I think they can execute it really, really well.
I agree completely. I think that Knights of Ishtar has a very, very well put together composition, and if it's coordinated correctly, I think that it will be a menace. At the same time, I think Magic Cloud's comp, like at the Echo mid, like you said, it's really good. It's been banned out for the entirety of the season, pretty much. I'm ready to see how well he can do it. But the question is, can an Echo really put on a backpack and carry? I mean, Echo is one person, or just one character, and at the end of the day, Echo doesn't have very much, you know, what's the word? Area of effect, or, you know, he doesn't like spread his damage out too well, unless he ults on top of an entire team. Now that's a different story, but I don't know. It's one of those questions that, you know, you don't think of very often. Can an Echo put the backpack on if necessary, right? But
Yes.
then again, you look at Auron, you look at Zac, you look at Lulu. Those are people that really, regardless of what the state of the game is, they can be useful.
Yeah.
So
So there's you know, that's kind of the point. You have a lot of teammates who can enable Echo to do stupid, crazy things. You have an Echo that is fabled and whispered in hushed tones because you don't want, them to hear you talking about it, basically. So we will get to find out. And with kind of the ideal comp for Echo to do Echo things, and the other team is, kind of counting on that. So I'm really curious as well how this Echo is going to work out. Just yeah.
I'm ready for game 2, man. This has been a really, really crazy matchup so far. And at the end of the day, I think it could go either way. As far as team comp goes, I do think that Knights of Ishtar, they have more of a team fight composition, but that's not to hate on this Imagine Cloud composition. I think ultimately these are both play hard and play fast teams. And so that's why I'm really excited, because I think we're just going to have a fist fight across the map right away, straight out of the gate. I know bot lane's both of them are going to rush for level 2, because that's instant, like, we go in on level 2. Both of them have level 2 advantage, I think. Nautilus hits level 2, Philios hits level 2. It's like, Nautilus, dredge line, instant, pull your AD carry away. Lulu hits level 2. It's like, all right, you're a cupcake now. How do you feel? Like, and Jinx has all that range to deal with so much damage. So, it's going to be a fist fight. But it sounds like we're going to take a break right away as we enter our spectator delay. There's some issue. So, with that, I think we got a great match in store for tonight for game number 2 of the series. Yeah, absolutely. So with that, stay tuned. It's a 3-minute delay, so we'll catch you then. Hopefully it'll be a good one. So grab some popcorn, stay tuned, and we'll catch you soon. welcome back to game number 2 of this matchup between Imagine Cloud and Knights of Ishtar. And right away, we got some sneaky stuff here from the Knights of Ishtar. 5 stack down bottom lane. They're going to look for an invade here.
I think they're already spotted. They're going to be spotted by the ward.
Yeah, this ward's going to catch them instantly. So they're going to know. That'll call off this invade. And that'll be the end of it. A little bit of sneaky difference. Last match, we didn't see that. Dr. Dad saying hello. Stops the back from Voperto. But a little bit of a change. Last time we saw both teams in a kind of a 5 stack. Typical start for your match. But a little bit different. It seems that Knights of Ishtar are happy with their 1-0. And they're hungry. They're bloodthirsty.
Yeah, definitely looking to get that early advantage. And they got a ward cleared. So, little extra gold, not even enough for an extra pot yet, but an extra 30 gold onto Voperto. But yeah, I don't know if they were just late getting there or what happened, because that ward was there for a long time, and Dr. Dad was cleared out for a while, prepared for that.
I was saying the same thing. I was like, I wonder how they got down there so fast. So they must have been just late.
Yeah, maybe didn't leave quite on time, or we're still kind of talking to coordinate who was going to go where when. But they didn't lose anything, so, that's always good. It's always good when you go for something semi-risky and at least don't come out behind.
Right. All right, level 2 is going to be it for this Nautilus. Nautilus hook goes a little bit wide, but that's exactly what they're looking for. Here comes Brewer. He gets some good damage off on the Galio.
Does get taunted, though. The taunt is going to be the key, I think, for Ventro. Is anytime it looks like Brewer's going to go in, you just got to taunt him. But you see Volibear already there. Voperto looking to protect his mid laner maybe a little better than he did last game.
Yeah, and something to note there, up until a few seconds ago, there was a ward there. They managed to get a ward in Imagine Cloud ended up getting a ward in the Raptor Pit, so they know that Volibear is headed down bot side. So that's good information for the jungle.
Yeah, that ward was placed by Relish at the start once they saw the invade come through. So he knew he could walk into the top side free of any risk. But yeah, that taunt being used, basically you want the taunt to be on the same timer as the dash, because it can either mean that he has to dash away, or if he dashes in, he doesn't get to get as much damage off. Because otherwise, if you're Galio, that could be a bad time.
Absolutely. But again, it looks like Knights of Ishtar are going to control this bot lane early and fast. But
yeah, they are.
They
are playing it pushed in. It is a call though for the Aphelios. So
the taunt lands. Ooh, spicy. Nice play there.
Max range taunt, true damage, just true damage. Like, I don't quite know why they decided to put that much true damage on a single ability, but I would like to have conversations with whoever's idea that was.
Small company. There's Oren building things away in the top lane.
Probably gonna get interrupted there. Actually, did not. Camille did not interrupt him. He got the cloth armor in.
He's going in again. And this is it's been the same trade every time. Camille hook shots in, W's, and then Oren just immediately W's and procs Brittle. So yeah. It's been a very similar trade all match so far.
But Oren is using significantly more mana, first of all.
That's
second
true.
of all, yeah, when you make that mistake, it only takes one to lose half your health, or you lose a third of your health, because true damage.
That is so much damage for Camille there. Nice hook shot, does land the stun, and just trades half his health for pretty much nothing.
Yeah, no. Also, that's the other thing. By late game, Camille has very low cooldowns and does not have a lot of mana costs for those abilities that do stupid things. Just really, really tough setup for that champion. But We do have backs coming in for the junglers. We get the Sheen coming in for the Volley Bear, and we do get the Cinderholt coming in, and here we go. Action around the mid lane. Both junglers are nearby. Even though they don't see him, Crazy Juggernaut is over the wall, hoping they do something stupid.
Yeah, Roberto kind of trying to push the pressure on. Doesn't look like anything happens there. I will say Echo did get a back in before Galio did. He picked up that blasting wand. It's a little bit of extra AP there for him. So a little bit of assistance, but it's not really needed. They don't really choose to do anything. A nice stun there. Orin, Orin's in a lot of trouble. He's low on mana, but Tygoon decides not to follow.
Yeah, that whole cannon wave was hitting him. Interrupts the back anyway.
Orin I don't think that's a great spot for Orin to back. I mean, you should know that Camille's going to walk up and just W. So, but ultimately he stops the back, buys time for himself, and however, Orin does have the teleport, so I guess it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, is going to teleport back, is going to be down a little bit of gold, but I mean, the item issue isn't the issue. Orin can buy whenever he, has a second to think about it. On the other side, though, Camille is just, if played right, is going to wind up 15 CS right here. Does have to be a little worried, but they are able to spot out Crazy Juggernaut. They did have this Scuttle Crab, so they know that dive is not coming. So yeah, she's going to wind up a chunk of CS just by nature of Orin having to back there.
Absolutely. Orin's actually walking down towards mid lane here, so Ventero could be in a little bit of trouble. Echo doing some poke. Not quite able to find anything after that. Orin's going to now just walk back up top lane. A complete waste of time for Orin, unfortunately.
I mean, the wave was crashing under tower, so there wasn't really anything he could do in the top lane. So you might as well see if there's a play somewhere else, because otherwise you're just going to kind of standing there overextended, basically.
That's true. Very true. However, Camille teleports back there.
Yeah, it does have a Sheen, a couple of long swords now. Is just going to do more damage because, needed to do more damage. I should stop hating on the champion, but we do get the dragon being started here by Knights of Ishtar.
Yep, it is gonna be a Hextech dragon, and the next one will be a Chemtech dragon. Both pretty interesting dragons, but sad to not see them on our soul board. I have no idea how that applied brittle. Zach's here.
Yeah, no, Zach is on the Rift Herald. I thought he was going to jump over that wall too, but Camille goes the other way, and it is able to get away. I think Camille knows though. She's going to hop over this wall maybe.
Oh, they do have a vision. They do have vision of the Herald pit. Now Relish is going to try. We still haven't got a kill. It's 8 minutes in. Hook shot going to land onto Relish, and Relish is just going to try to walk out here. Hextech ultimatum going to go down, followed by Galio ultimate. He's just going to be stuck in Ice W. Buys time, can he get out? He procs brittle. First blood going on to Galio. Well played there.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were looking for, is that they can layer those ultimates, and whoever's stuck in there is just going to die. Even if you unstoppable one of the CCs, there's still going to be the taunt. There's still the knock up from the Justice Punch. There's still the the stun from the hook shot. There's just too many things that you can get hit by, and on top of it is going to give Camille a solo plate or two, and then this Rift Herald's going to go over. Could be more gold onto the Camille, already making the Camille just stupid strong up there in the top lane, and basically un-1v1-able. That's totally a word.
Yeah, totally a word. The huge play. I love this map awareness from Knights of Ishtar. Galio is roaming up. Hextech ultimatum. There is nothing he can do to dodge the Galio ultimate, so he has to press W. He can't leave the ultimatum, so he does what he can, but he ultimately dies right away there. And you know what? Yeah. I gotta say, I think Galio could be technically considered a counter to Echo, because he does have the magic shield, and he has a kit that's based on counteracting assassins, right?
Yeah, no, Galio is a great matchup in the Echo, and I really think that Knights of Ishtar left the Echo up knowing they could pick Galio, but there's going to be a fight in the bot lane.
Here we go. Zach ultimate, let's bounce this in. Or not, that's not let's bounce. That charge is going to go on to Jinx it, buy space and time. Let's bounce now going out. It's going to knock up. Super Mega Death Rocket going to be blocked by Aphelios. And the gank, although not getting very much, still believe I get a flash out of it. Yes,
Got
two
two
flashes.
of them.
So
Yeah.
not ultimately the worst thing.
Yeah, did get the 2 flashes. Very nicely done. Nice ADC. You know, you don't see that every day in solo queue where your ADC is like, I know I won't let you die actually, but we get this fight going on the top lane.
Nice knockup, followed by another nice knockup, followed by another nice knockup, but it's not enough as Tycoon finds the last auto and just takes him down.
Yeah,
Well played there. You gotta
That
give
shield.
Orin credit. 3 knockups in a row, and he did it very beautifully, but it's just not enough damage.
Yeah, well, you know, Camille has a shield to block your primary damage source, which, you know, totally needed there on that champion's kit. Again, I can't stop hating because the champion does broken things and now has a Divine Sunderer on top of it all, but we do get this Rift Arrow to actually be a drop bot lane. It's going to be a lot of plates down here
It might
for
be
the
the
bot
whole
lane.
turret, actually.
Yeah.
It needs to be 2.5. No, not quite.
It looks like because Imagine Cloud is backing off. Oh, there's a pause.
They're gonna go for a pause. I'm curious what happened.
Someone has used the rest. True.
Oh my god, they paused for that? Oh, well, I guess we're gonna be waiting here for a minute. So what's going right now for both teams, in your opinion?
Top lane is going fantastic for Knights of Ishtar. First of all, you got 1-0-1 on the Camille, already has a finished item, and is just basically going to be able to run over the Ornn if alone at this point. Also, Knights of Ishtar are, again, playing their fight coordinated enough that I shouldn't say coordinated enough. It's been very well coordinated where they are getting what they want out of the fight. They are, you know, obviously know what they're looking for and how to go. Oh, we are back quickly.
This chat is great. I love this chat. But anyway, yeah, we're back in it. But yeah, first turret going to go over. That's a huge amount of gold going over to Knights of Ishtar. Gallia not quite able to...
Yeah, no, see, you missed the taunt, and now he can get some damage back, but he just doesn't have enough damage right now to hurt Ventro. There's going to be a little pause. I hope we all pause at the same time. Yeah,
I paused at the same time.
Yeah, it's going to it should sync everybody up. We should still 12-15, 12-16, right?
12,
yeah.
Yep. Here we go. Nice. Followed by taunt. Good damage. However, it looks like Echo's going to return the favor. Not much after that, though. They actually disengage just as quick as they engage. Now, I was wondering this. I don't play Camille personally, but can Camille hookshot off of the Ornn pillar? I would imagine so. It is terrain, right?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
Interesting questions to be brought up.
I don't think it's gonna matter.
X-Tech Ultimatum gonna go down and locks him down, and then empowered auto from her Q. So much damage, and there's just nothing Ornn can do about it. There's literally nothing. It's crazy. And 2-0, she has the Sunderer. So much damage for Camille, and she's already like almost 30 CS. Yeah, exactly 30 CS up on Ornn right now.
Yeah, Camille is going to be able to stand in a side lane and say, you have to bring 2 people or I win. And then if you do that, the rest of the team is going to run over you.
Right.
That is the
It's an ocean soul.
So Chad is saying that yes, she can jump off of Ornn Pillar and Anivia walls. I did not know that.
So that means it includes Cataclysm, right? Because Cataclysm is the same thing, right? It's terrain. That's actually really interesting. I never ever thought about that. Hero's entrance going down to the bot lane. It does miss, it looks like, onto Gruer. Are we going to try to do something? Oof.
Just barely out of range of the taunt. Is going to go ahead and get that third auto proc and walk away. But now there's 2 people down here in this bot lane. And the 2 people in the mid are the bot lane for Knights of Ishtar. Having gotten that second dragon, they've they run the map right now. They're already up 5,000 gold. Oh,
oof, nice hook there. Followed by W. However, here comes Zach. Nice knockup. It will secure Chicken Wing down. Followed by a Call of the Fort God. Huge knockup. Water Grove is going to go down as well. Juggernog is going to be taken low. However, the positive is proc. He's not dead just yet. And they're returning the kills 1 for 1 right now. Zach should respawn here. He does. And they're out of this fight. Felios tries to find something on the backside. He's able to get away. Ooh. Echo doesn't quite land the W stun. And that is a disengage. Both sides picking up a kill. But well played from both sides.
Yeah. A lot of teleports, a couple teleports coming in. Actually, no, just one from Tygoon. Sorry, it was just kind of hard to keep up with what was going on. The question I have / why dive? I mean, I guess you see the very low health support there, but
you
don't need to. You don't need to.
Part of me believes that the Nautilus didn't think the hook would land. Part of me believes that. And he was just throwing a hook to throw a hook at him. And it was a really interesting hook shot.
Uh-oh.
Like, the dredge line. Ooh, Zach goes in. However, Camille's there to say hello. Polymorph goes down. Yeah, and that's just how powerful Camille is right now. Her presence just immediately forces a disengage out of Imagine Cloud. And it's just not... It's just too bad right now. They gotta try to scale up here. Let their Jinx scale. Let her try to deal with this Camille.
And Jinx did get that kill, so will be strong-ish.
She has the Kraken Slayer. That's really good into Camille, especially the tanky side.
On the other hand, they have to get Echo involved some kind of way in something. I understand, that they are... I don't know the best way to put it. I understand that, that you want to get Echo his items and so on, and Echo is great at side laning. But if Echo isn't involved in these skirmishes that are happening,
it's over.
Yeah, because Echo's not going to be able to side lane against this Camille. I hate to say it like that, but it is what it is.
Right. Camille's fed, and, Echo just doesn't have the kit to deal with it.
Yeah. So you need to be able to, if you are Imagine Cloud, you need to be able to force these group fights with your Echo, and basically you have to get Echo there before the rest of them. So like the last fight where Ornn was there to use Curse of the Forge God, you didn't have Echo, so even though you got the nice knockup, you're missing half of your damage basically, so you only wind up with 1 kill.
Exactly. I don't know. I don't know what Imagine Cloud can do. All they have to do is they got to try to deal with Camille. That is their major problem child right now. I mean, Aphelios hasn't done very much. Nautilus hasn't done pretty much anything. He's landed a hook, and it actually got them killed, pretty much. And Galio's kind of a problem, but it's Galio. He doesn't do very much damage. He's got his passive, and he's got his Q. I'm not sure. But Camille seems to be the problem child right now. And if they can get this Jinx fed enough, get her an LDR, get her the Kraken Slayer, maybe they stand a chance yet. But they need to play into this late game.
Yeah, I will agree with you on the maybes. The maybes are very big, and we do see. Oh no!
X-Tech Ultimatum, and he is just gonna be stuck in there as Hero's Entrance lands. Let's Bounce is gonna
not
go
able
out.
to get not able to get over the wall though. Yeah.
He didn't have
and there's Roar on the backside. This gets a lot of damage.
Call for Jet gonna go down. He finds a nice knockup there onto Aphelios. Aphelios in a little bit of trouble. Aphelios, however, turning the fight onto Ornn here. Ornn is alone by himself against 5 Knights of Ishtar, and he'll go down as well. They pay 2 for 0, and the dragon should be secure. They got to get disengaged, and it's just they're not able to do enough.
Yeah. For Imagine Cloud, the only thing that could have possibly turned that fight was when Big Nuggy ulted into, at the time, the low health Chicken Wing, the semi-low health Frostbite, but it went wide as well. And once that went wide, there was not going to be any chance of turning that fight. But even then, the fact that your Zac can be melted before the rest of their team rest of your team can
They're gonna
engage.
make something happen here. Frostbite in a little bit of trouble. Teleport from behind. They find one. They find another. Can they continue? Tygoon's in a little bit of trouble. Slingshot over the wall. They're not quite able to find him. Nice knockup on the Venture. He's forced to flash over the wall. Tygoon now in a lot of trouble. He's on the run. Can they catch up to him in time? Hook shot away. Nice dodge. He is very low health. Can he get away? He opts to turn. 700 gold shutdown onto Echo. And you know what? They just overextended. They stayed too long. And they pay the price.
And that was the Echo flank they needed. Echo's able to teleport in, and they're going to immediately look to start the Baron while the rest of the team is resetting, knowing that Tygoon is off the map.
Right on, but Roberto, he is still up. He's got the smite. They're gonna throw it into a 50-50.
Well, they're going to make him guess on how much health it is.
He can Stormbringer in here. Here goes
Oh,
Galio.
no.
W is going to get canceled. 4,000 health on the Baron. Galio is trying to make it what he can do. They are stalling for time. They don't have a lot of damage. Roberto's going to go back in. Nugget goes down. It is a 4 versus 5 right now. Colin Forge got to go a little bit wide. He's going to find himself in a little bit awkward situation. He's going to go down. Tygoon finds Dr. Dad on the backside of that fight, and it's Echo and Zach. Zach going to get stunned here. However, Turret's going to start to do some damage. And Zach gets out alive. Echo gets out alive. Oh, no. Echo could get a little. Oh, he's going to miss. But Dredgeline lands. But here comes Zach to the back line. Can he do enough? A nice ultimate. Save some health. Can he get away? Yes, he can. Zach tried to do what he can. The passive. Ooh, he's able to get back up. But he still goes down before he can find a kill. Zach is a madman for going back in there. But he does get Echo alive.
I wonder with Zach going back in there if Echo could have dashed back in and finished 2 of those kills. Maybe not all 3, but 2 of them were like a Q and a sneeze away.
Right. What a change of events there. However, nobody gonna die for Knights of Ishtar.
So that was back-to-back getting greedies by Knights of Ishtar and then by Imagine Cloud. Like, Cloud won the fight, and then they wanted to rush down the Baron, and did not have the damage to finish the Baron, and didn't decide to turn onto Voperto. The teleports come in, and then they're just stuck in that Dragon Pit at 3/4 to half health, and easy food, basically.
Exactly. I think they just didn't respect the volleyball Galio. Galio just walked in and held W, and that locked down the entire fight. Right?
Yes.
It just suppressed them all. And then the damage and tankiness from Volibear, he's able to get to the AD carry, take out the AD carry, and now it forces them into a full-on retreat away from the Baron. And by that time, the rest of Knights of Ishtar have shown up, and it was just way too late.
Yeah, 100% correct. And then it's just nothing you can do at that point. I mean, I understand you've kind of committed to this action, but you're kind of stuck between dying and dying, basically. But on the other side, that Camille is up 3 levels, a bunch of gold, and literally walked under the tower, taking Ornn damage, and said, "It's okay, I'll take the tower anyway." Ventro might be caught. Oh, does not get hit with the chompers.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. It takes a second to lock up. Ultimatum gonna go down. Here comes College of Vortex Guards. Tygoon could be that healing. It's just him in trouble now. Echo's there. Finds a kill, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough. They're gonna be able to pick up this inhibitor on the bottom side of the map and walk away with it.
And walk right to that soul.
Yeah, 51 seconds. Volibear gonna go for a complete reset. They're actually gonna stay here. Uh-oh.
They get spotted out by the far site.
Yeah, Blue Trinket gonna find 3, and they're like, "Oh, hey, probably shouldn't walk in there." Good information from Imagine Cloud. Volibear already returning to the Dragon Pit. It's not looking very good for Imagine Cloud right now. They're down almost 5 kills exactly. And now Soul Point on the table for Knights of Ishtar. Oh god, Galio! What are you doing?
I think
What
he
is
still
going
lives.
on?
I think he still lives.
He can walk out here. He's going to turn it. Ooh, ultimate going to go. Not going to be shut down by Jinx. Are the rest of Knights of Ishtar here?
Oh, no.
Wild Growth going to go down on the Juggernaut. Juggernaut's going to be taken pretty low. It's not enough. Frostbite trying to do what he can on the backside of this fight. Another one goes down. Chicken Wing going to go down. However, Camilla's returned to the fight. Hextech Ultimatum off the table, though. Never mind. She's got it back up. Huge ultimate there. From Volibear, he's going to be immediately polymorphed. That could have gone better for the side of Knights of Ishtar. They lost 3 for the price of 2.
That is the ideal fight for IC at this point. And Gruer, yet again, Tygoon has died 3 times. Gruer has killed him 3 times and is now 4-0-2. Getting access to who he needs to get access to make this Echo viable, has 10 stacks on the Dark Harvest now, or Dark Seal, excuse me.
Dr. Death just walking in here.
Yeah, I still don't think you're gonna be able to oh, it got close though. 42 health.
Super Mega Death Rocket just a little bit early. Echo in the pit. He's gonna be seen. He's gonna rocket belt out. Can he get away from Volibear is the question. Nice slow. Flash is forced out. Gruer forced to flash himself. Call the Forge God is going to try to buy time. Nice knockup. Hits 2. Alt back from Gruer. He's finds himself with a frostbite on him. That's just too much damage for him to deal with. And the Ocean Soul. The in-combat healing is just too much for Imagine Cloud. As they're going to start to crack to the middle of this base, Zach is going to go in here. He does have Let's Bounce available. He's done it. Let's Bounce is there. Taunt after taunt after taunt. It's just not much you can do. Pass is going to be procced. There's absolutely no way he's going to respawn there as Frostbite finds himself with another kill here. Camille with a huge hook shot there. Stuns 1, but only buys half of his health. Only half of his health. On a tank, nonetheless. Wow.
To be fair, Ornn is not nearly as tanky as you want your 26-minute Ornn to be.
That's true. Tygoon is just going to auto Dr. Dad to death. Here comes Hero's Entrance. Hero's Entrance is going to land on 2. 2 Nexus towers are gone. The Nexus sure to follow. And Knights of Ishtar round out this series 2-0. Wow. I can tell you, I did not expect Knights of Ishtar to do that at all. You know, after that first game, I thought this game would have been a lot closer, in my opinion.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Knights of Ishtar basically had the ideal outcome, right? Like, you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna leave Camille top lane. Camille's gonna get ahead. The rest of the team can just kind of team fight around. We can Ornn ult into any issue, and Aphelios can just be safe and pew pew. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, it's hard to lose when like the plan happens exactly as you said it in your head. You know, when you're like, in my head, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go to Target. I'm gonna buy one thing. I'm gonna go get some food. I'm gonna be home by 8 o'clock. We can all sit down and watch the movie. And then you're home at 7:56. That's basically what Knights of Ishtar had. Like, everything went as smooth as possible. No stoplights on the way home. You know, I can't think of a better analogy than that. Like, it was straight sailing to the objective. Absolutely.
And I am curious. If there's one player that stood out above the rest, I'm curious. What are your thoughts on that? Who made an appearance tonight for Knights of Ishtar, and why? Why do you think they've done well? It's hard to say because
So game 2 was obviously, you know, just Tygoon is unstoppable.
Right.
Good job. But game 1 was such a concerted effort, it seemed, to get, you know, kind of everybody clawed back slowly together, right? So it's really hard to say for game 1. I think I would say Tygoon.
Right. I think Tygoon, he showed up in game 2. Like you said, game 1 was definitely a massive team effort to claw their way back into the game. But just get this game 2, Tygoon straight up just styled on the Ornn. You know, and Camille being a champion that it is, still, he showed up and he played insanely well in game 2. And I think he was a big part of why they picked up the 2-0 series.
I agree.
I have no idea. They said maybe we could do an interview with Tygoon. I don't know if he's actually down to do that. If he wants to join. I don't know how that works. Do we have any confirmation on how this would work? Can we get him in here at least? just drag him in here, force him to do it. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, it was a great series to watch. Especially that first game, it was so much more close, and I mean, like you said, we were on the edge of our seats until the very end of it. So, and we were both in shock. We had no idea. We couldn't believe that it had ended that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I'm still a little bit of in shock. Basically, Knights of Ishtar won 5 minutes of game 1, and then we're like, oh, okay, yeah, we remember now, and won all of game 2. It was like we just had to warm up. Tygoon is in here with us. Is that how you felt?
I didn't hear, but sure.
You kind of had to warm up game 1, but then you were like, oh, okay, yeah, League of Legends. This is how you win. Okay.
No, to be fair, our mid laner he's been doing finals all week, so he's been like, his brain's a little fried, and then he had to warm up too. But then after a little bit, like we were sinking hella.
But you know, we had zero faith in you guys. I want you to know that. In game 1, we were like, oh, this is easy for Imagine Cloud. They got this. And then it's like, okay, they lost the team fight. Okay, they just lost a 5-0 team fight. What?
Yeah.
they're getting back in this game.
Yeah, we kind of just try to stick with our plan, which was kind of like we watched their games and we kind of like noticed they don't know what to do after like 8 minutes. So like even though it was a little rough early, we kind of just went in. It was kind of
No,
my cholesterol there. It was a little salty.
No, I like that though. I like that. You're pointing out their flaws to them. I like that.
Well, I think that's just like a amateur like team thing where like the better teams will usually like they know what they want to do throughout stages of the game.
Yeah.
So it's just
that's fair. I think it's something that I mentioned in the chat like early on. It was just like there's just that team experience in amateur again. Like whenever you guys ended up kind of coming back from like having less sloppy fights, I'm like I said it last week. Knights of Ishtar played a lot of time together and a lot of time in different amateur leagues. So like they're like really experienced. Like they're like 3 years of like the same main roster experience.
Yeah, well, there was a time where we swapped a little bit, and like you could we could feel the synergy kind of being diminished. So it's kind of nice playing with everyone again. Like, it just feels good.
I gotta ask you, how did it feel when you're on the Camille and you're 3-0 against an Orin, and you're just sitting pretty? Like, did you know that the game was just over at that point?
Dude, the game was over. My mid laner was calling to just ult him. I think our first kill or something. I think he ended up getting the kill, but that actually made it so easy for me to play the game. Like I didn't have to do anything. I just let the champ play itself.
Exactly.
I actually have a question. So Echo has been banned every game from Brewer.
Yeah.
Were you anticipating that, hey, if we leave Echo up, we're just going to take the Galio? There's going to be like you had, or was it more of a we're gonna leave Echo up and see what we can do, or was that like a pre-established plan? Like if we have to leave Echo up, we can just take Galio and we'll be fine.
So there's a little story behind that. Basically, everyone was like thinking like Echo is a permaban, and then Ventro in that second game is like, why are we banning Echo? I could pick so many things into that, and we're like, oh, okay. And we trust our boy, so it's kind of how it worked.
Must be nice, trusting people.
That's a
power of friendship.
That's a huge part of team player is you got to be able to trust in your teammates, and you guys played so insanely well. I cannot it made it so hard to pick someone to be our MVP for this match because like game 1 it was a massive team effort. You guys played every fight almost perfectly to a T. It was a rough start for you guys, but you guys clawed your way back, and like I said, we could not talk at the end of that match because we were so surprised.
Yeah, Frost actually popped off. It was kind of nice just being able to run with him all game 1, and he just, as long as he doesn't die, he just kills them all. So
All right, I think we got what we need. Is there any other questions, comments? Do you want to say hi to the family at home, Tygoon?
There was actually a lot of people from like friends, coworkers that were actually watching today. So shout out to them. Shout out to my team. Chicken the Wing, by the way, is improving hella like at an exponential rate. That's crazy. That's good to see. Obviously, I have to say the classic jungle gap. Love my jungler, and that's about it.
Sweet.
All right. Well, congratulations and good luck. We will definitely be seeing y'all in the future, but not later tonight. So y'all can go, I don't know, eat some food and come back for the next set of games. But we are going to go to a break. We'll be back at 9 Eastern, 8 Cool People time for the next series.
Yeah, I like that cool people time. Hell yeah.
candy.
And then Mr. Tibbers fights the nasty dragon. Let me. No, he's mine. Hey, Tibbers is stupid. No, he's not. Give him back.
What did you do?
She took Tibbers.
What is wrong with you?
It was an accident.
Daisy started it.
Oh, did she now? Well, I'm sure she didn't mean to. You'll be playing together before you know it, okay? I promise, Firefly. You can't blame Annie. She's still our daughter.
No. Your daughter's a monster.
How could you say that?
You know it's true. Mörkråkor dans fra det bjergen hav. Om vind blåser av hodet. Skyer da klar skal solen blive grå. Om du vet du nærmer oss.
right, welcome back to game number 2 of tonight. We have Rat Legion taking on the Fantastic Four and Yoirthealpha. I believe it's Yoirthealpha, right? We had a very good first match, and I'm super excited to get into the second one.
Yes, we did, and yes, we do have those teams. I checked, and those are indeed the teams we will be seeing. Rat Legion coming in. I think they're both coming in off a loss, if I'm not mistaken. FFZ did win. Maybe? No, they lost. That's right.
They lost. Yeah, no, it looks
I'm right.
You're right. So both off a loss, and both actually not too terribly different teams. I see a lot of diamonds on Rat Legion, 3 diamonds and 2 golds. I see a lot of diamonds on Rat Legion. Fantastic Four has 1 diamond, 2 plats, a gold, and a silver. But it doesn't always come down to rank. That doesn't decide games. It's about
and also a lot of the ranks are still not what the ranks that people signed up as, I guess is the best way to put it.
True.
So it could be, something different come, end of season, or they were ranked somewhere different last season.
Right. So, but I'm really excited to see what happens here. Do you have any predictions? I mean, both are 0-1, and it's pretty easy in the season, early in the season. Do you have any idea how this might go?
I think I picked FFZ to win this game. Rat Legion did not look particularly good, but they also played DPS, who are very good. So we don't quite know the extent of how good is Rat Legion really compared to more middle of the road teams. And then on the other hand, FFZ lost, but they lost a very close match last time. So I think FFZ looked better last week, so I think they should be able to win, but we will find out
as we enter the second match of today. I will say I see I think there's a concerning support here. Mr. Krabs, 74% win rate, Diamond 3, but most importantly, I see a crap ton of Melio games and a lot of Annie games. What the? This guy...
Annie is very strong, too.
That's crazy.
But yeah...
that's the 80 carry. I'm wrong.
So they are switching positions, maybe. I am not really sure what's going on. That's actually causing a lot of consternation currently in the chat.
They were talking about Deep Rock Galactic, which I don't know, and now they're talking about something about River I'm just lost. These guys, they're causing some massive confusion over here. I don't know what to talk about. But as far as picks go, their top laner looks like he plays a lot of standard top laners. I see Shen, I see Oran, I see Clad, I see Olaf. Just nothing too particularly crazy. I do want to bring up that their jungler does play a little bit of Gragas, and Gragas jungle, it can be so good. It's enjoyable to watch, so that's pretty interesting. Their mid laner is an 80 carry main. It's pretty.
Like I said, they're switching positions a bunch, which is causing some consternation currently, where people are like, "Wait, what's going on?" So
right, that might be a strategy. They might be trying to cause some confusion, but I don't know. It's a game where you definitely have to just see whatever works, right?
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, if it doesn't work out well in the first time, what's the matter with changing things up here a little bit, right?
I'll put that on a maybe.
Maybe?
So maybe changing things up is the correct option, but also maybe you just need to practice more at what you're doing without changing other things, right? And so the question is, when is it when is it you need to change it up, and when is it you need to just be patient and let it develop. And they, in switching it up, basically are saying, hey, this is what we're doing. You know, and it may just be a strategy, but it may also be a, you know, we did really poorly, let's
Reevaluate.
yeah, we don't know, for lack of a better way to put it, we don't know what we're doing, let's throw some stuff out there and see what happens.
Right on. It looks like they may be ready to start champion select here pretty soon here. Again, they're just going nuts in the chat.
Yeah.
Jesus. This is already a hoot of a game, and we haven't even started the actual game. They have, maybe? Are we ready to go? Maybe, maybe not. I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. Something moved, but then it stopped. I don't understand what just happened either.
Huh. This is already a little bit more scuffed than last game. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
It's bound to happen. It can't all be smooth sailing. Otherwise,
It wouldn't be entertaining if it was smooth sailing.
exactly. But yeah, no, they are something keeps. Okay, come on.
All right. They might start. Okay. It looks like they started. The timer's going. First band's on the table. Look at that. We got this. Jarvan 4 going to be the first ban of the second match, game number 1. Again, we mentioned J4 is just one of those junglers. He's a great jungler right now. He's very oppressive and super strong early game.
Yeah, no one wants to deal with the J4. When you are laning, it is not fun to just be like, I'm minding my business. Here's J4. And then when you're in a team fight, there's nothing less fun than I'm minding my business. Here's J4. So entirely understandable.
Right on. As I mentioned, they're going to ban away they take away the Ornn. Ornn, a comfort pick for the side of Rat Legion. So a good choice. And following it up with a Yuumi ban, even pretty decent pick, I would say. I don't see very much Yuumi on Rat Legion's support, but who knows? Maybe they just don't want to play against it. Gragas, Viego, and Swain banned away for Rat Legion, though.
I mean, I do hate Yuumi. I think all my homies hate Yuumi. But
amen to that.
we did see the Yuumi Zeri pop off eventually, maybe wanting to prevent that. Oh my god, that could be why. You don't want a Yuumi Kog'Maw, maybe? I don't know. But the Jinx comes in for FFZ and the Kog'Maw Milio for Rat Legion.
And I was just saying, I was like, this guy has a shocking amount of games on Milio. And you know what? He's picked it up. Milio Kog'Maw, not all pretty good, ultimately. Pretty dang good bot lane. Synergy is there, and I definitely can see this going well. However, Jinx, like we've mentioned before, a great AD carry right now. Just super in the meta right now, and very, very good. So I'm curious to see how that works out.
Yeah, Jinx is a lot of people have rated as the, like I said, the best or the second best ADC, depending on how you feel. But on the other side, Kog'Maw, if unbothered, will deal stupid amounts of damage for no good reason other than was there, felt like shooting.
Absolutely. They pick up Maokai and Blitzcrank. Now, Blitzcrank can be kind of scary. It just depends on how it's played. It's the difference, right? It's the Blitzcrank that's on your team that misses every hook, flashes in, and does nothing. And it's the Blitzcrank that's on the other team that hits every hook, and it decimates your team. So that's, again, I'm really curious how that works. I want to see it. I want to see him pop off. I love Blitzcranks that pop off.
My Blitzcrank, their Blitzcrank, my Shaco, their Shaco, my Nocturne, their Nocturne. Exact same thing. Very hit or miss champion in my experience. Very hit or miss champion we've seen. I think we saw it also last week where Nocturne was kind of, it was good till it was not, if I remember correctly. So yeah, very, very situationally good or bad champions coming out here.
Yeah, and I believe this information. I'm pretty sure it's right because I play Rakan, so I know a little bit. Nocturnes, when he's ults, he's not unstoppable, which means that if Maokai is ulting in the direction that Nocturne's coming from and he hits one of the branches, he just gets stopped. So that's an interesting interaction to talk about because it's the same with Rakan Charm. If Rakan opens up quickness and Nocturne ults an 80 carry, he's going to get caught by quickness before he can hit the 80 carry. So it makes him real vulnerable. So I'm really kind of iffy about that. I gotta say it's gonna be a weird matchup for Nocturne. If he doesn't play it properly, it'll be really bad and really downhill quick for him.
Yeah, that definitely falls into the I have questions portion. Because okay, Nocturne it with Malphite, that makes it a little more sensical. Because there's also the Blitzcrank with the knock-up and the... I mean, granted, he's already there, but between the knock-up and the ultimate silence area, you can dash in and basically get silenced, knocked up, rooted, knocked up, and never really get any of your damage off outside of the initial charge.
It definitely looks like they got a lot of CC for the side of Fantastic Four. But you know what I really like right now is the Garen. You never really see Garen picked anytime, anywhere. But for some reason, whenever it's picked up, it can be so interesting.
I think Mad Chef picked it last week.
Really?
I think he did. Yeah, he did pick. There was definitely a Garen pick.
That's crazy. That's awesome though. Like, people joke around. All Garen people or players know is how to boil water. But at the end of the day, he's not actually that bad of a top laner. Personally, I think that. So, pretty interesting to see him here. Malphite though, into Malphite, that's a little bit interesting. I don't know how that matchup works, but for sure one of the more interesting matchups in this game one. And then Akali into LeBlanc, both of them. I don't even know how that doesn't work for him.
So I'm not sure on Akali into LeBlanc. Garen Malphite survives normally. If you don't do stupid things, you survive, and that's really all you kind of need to be useful later as Malphite. So you should not be dying to Garen unless you're just engaging in bad ideas, in which case you deserve it. I mean, you know his whole kit. If you don't know his whole kit, I have questions that I need you to answer immediately. Yeah, so that's kind of my thought process on it, where it's like, hey, what is the plot with this Garen? I understand that you played Garen last week, but is there an actual reason to play Garen other than I'm gonna be around, I'm not gonna die because I'm Garen? And then are you just there to silence the jumpers between Nocturne and LeBlanc?
Right.
Like, that's the only really that was smart thing I can think of, is you're there to silence the LeBlanc or the Nocturne the second they go in.
You don't have to be afraid of me.
It does make you question the pick. And quite frankly, I don't know how well it fits into the composition. And you're right, is there a direct purpose for the Garen? I'm not quite sure.
I would hope so. That's my... I would genuinely hope so, but also very worried, what happens at a certain point when Malphite can press R and hit 3 people and Garen just kind of is like, I'm spinning
to win.
So that's my question. That is my biggest question.
I gotta say, I don't know. Is it a comfort pick or is it? I'm not quite sure. I guess we'll have to just let the the mad chef cook, I guess. Let him cook and see what he can come up with. So
I like that. I like that.
it's interesting, and I'm hoping it works out. I'm hoping it works out for him, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. We have 3 minutes of spectator delay now. So as far as some of these matchups go, I like your thoughts on Malphite, Garen. I think Malphite just walks out, and a lot of the time, Garen just doesn't have the damage to take out Malphite. Maybe early, but as soon as Malphite starts to scale, it's just not going to work out that way. Maokai Nocturne. Maokai's I guess like a slower play style than Nocturne. Nocturne definitely, taking on the assassin role. He's going to look for early picks, try to get ahead. Taking on the assassin. Whereas Maokai may try to farm it out a little bit. Early picks, right? Try to get ahead. Taking on the assassin. Whereas Maokai may try to farm it out a little bit. Early picks, right? Try to go ahead.
As soon as humanly possible, as fast as humanly possible, and then the rest can sort itself out, for lack of a better way to put it. So you have to wonder, when does that happen? Like, when does that happen? How fast does it happen? And then on top of which, is there anything that happens on the rest of the map in that meantime? Because if you're waiting for him to get to level 6 and the rest of your team is getting their butt kicked, it doesn't matter when he hits level 6 because they're ahead of him. And I think that's kind of the bigger thing that might be available for FFZ is what can they do before Nocturne even is useful. And then I think the second question you have to ask is what happens in that mid lane. And I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. I don't know that matchup well enough to be like, oh yeah, Akali, goes untargetable, shoomp, and LeBlanc dies every time, or vice versa. LeBlanc goes dashy dead. So that's kind of my question, my wonder there. But I think we should take a break and we can find out for ourselves the answer to those questions.
I would agree with that. So we'll see you guys shortly for game number 1 of series number 2 for tonight. All right, I think we're back at it for game number 1 here of series number 2 for tonight. And we've already got some crazy stuff going on here. We have a 5-stack for...
Ooh, you threw out the blind hook, hoping to catch somebody.
Uh-oh, but they might be in a little bit of trouble as Rat Legion is in their own bush. Okay, they're going to spot it out. Emilio's going to place down. I don't even know what the heck that thing is called.
The heal zone.
Ooh, flash hook! Nocturne's going to be forced to flash away. LeBlanc looks for something. I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, that was very aggressive. I like it, though. I like it.
I like it, too. It gets this game going fast. And, wow, that was... Blitzcrank's like, you know what? I want to extend this fight. You want a flash taken? Yoink. Picks himself up.
Blitzcrank has Hex Flash. Nocturne doesn't. So, brilliant play.
Absolutely, totally agree. But an interesting start nonetheless. Looks like Nocturne's going to start up on his red side. Maokai's going to start Raptors on his red side. So, all in all, pretty standard start. Minus a little bit of a scrap there.
Yeah, but there's the hook.
Oh, Emilio going to get hooked again. That is the 3rd hook placed on target. However, look at that Kog'Maw do work on Jinx.
Yeah.
That was kind of nasty. Jeez.
Kog'Maw is already putting out confusing amounts of damage. The other side of that, though, is they will heal up, and Jinx Blitzcrank will not. So they have way more sustain. Ooh, I don't know about that, buddy.
Takes a turret shot. Unfortunate.
A little too greedy, maybe.
Getting a little bit ahead of himself. Maokai looks like he's routed to the mid lane here, actually. Level 3 hit for Akali. Let's see what they can make happen.
Yeah, he can chase. He can chase through the distortion.
This might be first blood. It is first blood. Well done there from the Fantastic Four, making quick work of LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's what I was, thinking. If you are FFZ, you just have to get your Maokai involved in the game before Nocturne can hit level 6, so that you can have a lead. So when he does do his, stupid thing, ooh,
We're gonna go here on the Jinx. However, he's gonna be taken pretty low here. Both sides of this fight not looking at all healthy. Nocturne now in the bot side here. They're gonna try to make something happen here. Mr. Krabs is pretty low. However, like you said, they got sustain, and that'll bring back that health back up.
So the name of that ability is Cozy Campfire, but yes, it is, gonna allow them to sustain through the damage. So basically, they can stay in lane, they can take these trades and not be too far off, not, hate it that much.
Nocturne's been down bottom for a while. He's just kind of sitting there. It's just time wasted, kind of, as he's gonna walk away and head to the Scuttle Crab. Maybe he was waiting for the Scuttle to spawn, maybe. I don't know. But interesting, he decides to hang out near bottom lane.
I think he was watching to see if that fight turned into something else and looking to be able to help out his teammates.
True,
but
being there to turn it if necessary, but I'm not sure. He's gonna get binded here. He's rooted. He's in a little bit of trouble. Just the damage wasn't there. It didn't come through for him.
Yeah. The LeBlanc having already actually, oh wow, missed the hook, land the chompers.
Yikes. Maokai now down here as well. He's gonna be clearing vision. Nocturne might choose to say hello. Maokai is actually chasing Nocturne into his jungle here.
LeBlanc is in the river, so I don't know what's gonna happen there.
Maokai should be out actually. Oh, he might get rid of here. He dodges it. Ooh, he's playing this really well. Nice knockback there. Buys a little bit of time. Nice hook into the chompers. Kog'Maw also gets hit by the chompers.
Was that intentional? Was that an intentional, or was he trying to pull him in?
Honestly, I think that would have been that's just more unfortunate because if you got the pull in,
Yeah,
nice.
I think that was an interaction he wasn't ready for. Like that is my thought after seeing that. I think he thought he had a free pull, like you're coming with me and you can enjoy the gray screen, and the Chompers actually saved Nocturne.
Interesting. Very interesting interaction.
Oh,
ooh, wait, they might look for something. A nice knockback as Maokai now showing, throws his sapling down. He wasn't quite able to get into the bush though, which is kind of unfortunate.
yeah. Oh,
the hook! Oh, it was that Kog'Maw needs a new pair of pants.
that was so incredibly close. I thought he had him. I was very
convinced
worried.
he did. I was very convinced that he had him. Holy cow.
Yeah. Congratulations to Kog'Maw. You survived. I don't know how you survived, but you survived.
But you did it. About 7 minutes in the game here. We're looking at not that being as much of a gold lead, but a gold lead in favor of Fantastic Four. About 800 gold or so, and a kill on to Fantastic Four as well. That's bound to change here.
Yeah, I don't think that was. I don't think that's enough of a lead to. I'd say whether. Oh.
Nice right there. Kali forces him to back off.
Yeah, so when Nocturne hits level 6, and he is a little bit ahead of the Malphite currently, I don't know that this is enough of a lead to where Malphite and Nocturne together won't be able to kind of take over this mid game.
You know what? I agree with that. I think Nocturne, when he hits the 6, which is going to be pretty soon here, he'll be a major problem for mid lane. And entirely, I would say Choban's going to have to play a lot more under tower, a lot more safe. Stay away from the Nocturne. Ooh, wait, Choban's in a little bit of a spot here. He's doing massive amounts to LeBlanc. LeBlanc's going to
There it goes.
Here he's in. Nice root there. And it's going to start this fight. They finally get a kill back. It's 1-1, 2-1 now. Rat Legion finds 2 kills, and they're going to chase down this Blitzcrank in the bot lane. Let's see, can Jinx get away?
It might be Zerathai.
Zerathai, forced the flash over the wall. He is able to do it.
Very nice flash. But yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Hey, look, guess what? It's level 6 time. You're looking to pick a fight. Oh, hey, Nocturne comes out of nowhere. You can't see everything, and 2 people die. Like, that's... I mean, I don't know if, like, it's not communicated well, but that's exactly what you should expect if you're playing against a Nocturne is he's going to hit level 6. You just saw him hit level 5 on the top side, or be level 5 on the top side when they were fighting over that Scuttle Crab. You know he has maybe a camp or 2. You can't skirmish if you don't know your team is there with an extra member.
Right, and you know the Nocturne Ultimate's going to come down. I will say Akali did start out the fight doing lots of damage to LeBlanc, but it just, Nocturne was nearby, and that's just not a fight you want to pick.
I agree. Like he's going to show up, and it's in front of a dragon. It's just a confusing call there from FFZ on why that was called before Coach Ray hit level 6.
And that costs him a dragon. Nocturne's able to pick up the dragon. Chemtech dragon is now in their pockets, and an Infernal dragon now spawning in 4 minutes from now.
I think it's going to be a Cloud Soul. It's going to be a Cloud Soul. I just feel it.
You feel it?
Feel it.
What about a Hextech Soul? I think Hextech. Where is Blitzcrank going? He's going to press R. He's going to try to walk out. It's just not enough. Huge damage from Mr. Krabs, and he's just not going to be able to walk out. Jinx is actually trading back some good damage. Mega Rocket's going to go. Not quite going to find any kills, though, but ultimately well played. Again, map awareness. They're able to catch Blitzcrank out, and he has just no options. He has no way out, and he's just dead.
I thought Blitzcrank was maybe trying to get the you put a bunch of damage on me, I flashed it over the wall, hooked you under the tower, but he never got a chance to finish.
He was dead.
Got the flash off, and the autos followed him there. But more importantly, Yusa being able to like rotate that fast. Oh,
Emilio's gonna get hit here. However,
they don't care.
He's gonna go straight on the Yoirthealpha, and Yoirthealpha goes down. He's able to turn the fight. Wow, I thought they had that for sure. But Mr. Krabs' target identification is there. You know, he sees, he's like, all right, you know what? Blitzcrank's not doing anything. He's going to hook my support. Sure, I'll just focus on your damage. And you know what? Jinx pays it. Just goes down.
Yeah, you can't hook the Milio. Hooking the Milio means that Kog'Maw is going to kill your Jinx at this point. We saw it like level 1, level 2, and I think it's just going to be, as long as those two are matched up, that's just going to be what it is, where if you hook the Milio, Kog'Maw is going to open up onto your Jinx, and that's going to be the fight. But the other thing is, again, Milio has the Cozy Campfire going while that's happening, so it's also healing both of them. And if I remember correctly, doesn't it increase the range of Kog'Maw while he's under there? So it's making Kog'Maw stronger. Ally champion, gain 12%, 12.5% attack range. So yeah, you're literally making Kog'Maw attack more or attack further, and he also can attack further with his abilities. Yeah, you have to hook Kog'Maw or it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
This is actually a really, really kind of toxic matchup that I didn't even think about until like I'm seeing it now. But Kog'Maw plus Milio, holy crap! This might be broken.
It might be broken. I like it. I like it as a pick into the Jinx. I think it's been working out really well for them.
Absolutely has. They do have to be careful. I mean, they have the Nocturne nearby, but Ray is trying to get some vision in there, trying to find out where Nocturne is. Nocturne's ult not being universal, so being able to see him will let them know kind of what side he's on to watch out for his re-engagements or engagements if he chooses.
Right, Maokai actually hanging out on the bot side here is going to try to sneak into that bush there. I wonder if they saw him. He's immediately got pinged, so they definitely saw him. 100% saw him.
He's on a ward.
Oh. This is always unfortunate when they try to do the secret jungle ganks like that, and it just happens to be on a ward. It's unfortunate.
Well, so there's a couple different things in addition to being on a ward, though. So Yoirthealpha hasn't really been playing this far back and like this in moving in this manner basically the whole game. So it does seem like hey, something's up here, even if he wasn't on a ward. Just kind of looks different. But they're never gonna find out too. That's the worst part. Your jungler was down there for a solid minute and you didn't even clear the ward, didn't even know about it. That feels bad. Because he has Rift Herald, he can't use his Oracle Lens.
Ooh, teleports down. Malphite's on the way. Chomper's going to go down. Here comes Nocturne Ultimate going in. He's going to find himself a LeBlanc. Jinx actually taking really low. He's not dead yet. He does go down ultimately, though. Flashes away. Oh, huge damage here. Mad Chef finds one. Red Strike still looking pretty low. He flashes. He goes down as well. Maokai going down as well. 2 kills for Chobin. And it is Blitzcrank versus LeBlanc. And, oof.
He missed the hook.
They flash. The hook goes wide. LeBlanc, ooh, he's going to go down. LeBlanc may look for something here onto Chobin. Chobin doesn't have very much available for him. And that goes really well for Rat Legion. Both sides making plays, making picks. And ultimately, it's not exactly what they would have wanted, but they did win the fight in the end.
Yeah, it is a 4 for 3. I think the bigger issue coming out from FFZ was that no one really was able to get onto Krabs. And Krabs the whole time was just like, okay, I'm going to press all of the autos and all of the buttons, and people are going to die. But it looks like we're gonna go back at it, right back at it. Oh, and there's no ults. The big ults are down. The big ults are down, and yeah, that's gonna be a double kill for Jinx. FFZ re-engages, but there is no Malphite and there's no Nocturne ult, so it doesn't matter. You lose the fight, but you win the fight in the long run and get the dragon.
Absolutely. Mad Chef and Sashimi still hanging out in the top lane. Neither have teleport, so I mean, Garen's never had teleport, so but you know what? It's quickly turned around. Mad Chef actually not doing as much damage as he'd like as Malphite turns it on. Chobin taken very low there. He's forced to dash away. Gets away safely.
Well, Mad Chef has 3 armor items, basically 3 armor boots and 2 armor components. He has like already like 170 armor. Like he's not worried about. He has 234 armor. I forgot about the Malphite. Just has stupid amounts of armor built into. Like no, he's not worried about nothing.
He doesn't take any damage. Holy crap! Amelia got some vision there.
No, at this point, that's Malphite's lane. I mean, you can push the wave on him, but you're not going to do anything to him as the Garen. He's just going to hang out. You got to wait till he runs out of mana or something. But, yeah, so that dragon fight, when in the second dragon fight, I guess you'd say, when FFZ comes back, because of the long cooldowns on the ultimates from Rat Legion, it's a free win, basically, because their comp is so built around you need the Nocturne ultimate, you maybe need the Malphite ultimate. They're absolutely not worried about re-engaging and actually were able to win the fight. And so in the end, it turns into a 6 for 4 or 6 for 5 or whatever, because they were able to come back and get the dragon as well.
Absolutely. Looking across the map, trading across the map, nothing too wild. Looks like Maokai's routed towards the jungle here. He's looking at this Herald. A Nocturne is topside. I don't know if they have vision of it.
They don't, but they are on the Rift Herald. The other thing is that if you are Malphite, and this is the thing you have to worry about, you still can overstay. It takes forever, but Garen doesn't have mana, so as long as he's using his passive to heal back up, he can eventually whittle you down and then ult you. But Malphite is backing, so it's not going to be an issue. But that's literally the only thing is if you're stuck up there for 2.5 minutes, he can eventually get to the point where he at least has you low enough where in this long fight, he may be able to kill you.
Absolutely. Both sides now have a dragon, and it is a win. Soul, you were right. I don't know if I missed that. But
I didn't even notice it, but I enjoy being right. It makes me feel good inside.
And then, but Fantastic Four does have both Heralds now in their pocket. So we'll see what they do with this next Herald. To be honest, I don't even remember what did they do with the last Herald.
I think they dropped it sometime around that dragon fight. Both junglers are bot side though. Something's about to happen maybe.
Ooh, even LeBlanc is here. LeBlanc actually going to get spotted out here. They're going to try and throw a Nocturne from the backside. He's on a G. Oh my god, that damage. It is a 4 versus 3 in the bot lane there. They're not able to find anybody, though.
They did get the 2 summoners off of Jinx. So that's something.
I cannot believe Jinx didn't die there. Jinx took so much damage in 1 hit from Nocturne. It was incredible. But she's able to live, which is really, really good for Fantastic Four. Flashes in. Comes Ray's nice knock up here. Red Strike is now on the run. Red Strike could go down. A nice kill. By the time, however, he's going to go down. Etoe dies to the tower. Knocks up on the backside. Oof. He's not going to quite go down. Oh, he will go down. The Nocturne Sapling. The Maokai Sapling gonna take that one home. A nice hook in. Again, Kog'Maw is down. That is a shutdown for Jinx. Wow. That is huge for Fantastic Four.
Last Q. Oh, yeah, so this is definitely a better Herald use for sure. On top of which, I don't think you want that.
This is first tower.
Nocturne definitely needs to walk away there, but a great fight from FFZ. on top. So they were able to hook Krabs twice and basically keep him out of the fight. And now there's no summoners on any ADC, which makes them super vulnerable. But yeah, very well played from Atreides. Hooks Krabs. Krabs is just not able to participate. And even though they chased him under the tower and lost Chauvin in the process, they were able to get the follow-up to get the kill again. I do wonder, and this actually felt bad. So he flashed the Bramble Smash from Maokai, which is what enabled him to not get knocked back into the team when Maokai flashed on him to get the root. And that's the only reason the fight even lasted that long. So well played by Krabs, but here we go again.
Goes in, Nocturne ultimate there. He knocks up before he can get the damage up. Bedstrike actually going to go down here. Now he's in, actually. He actually waited onto the Jinx. Jinx goes down. However, it's 2 down for 3. However, Ray's not looking healthy for it. A mad Chef forced to flash away. However, LeBlanc's going to catch him on the backside of that fight. And that is another huge win there for Rat Legion.
Yeah, Rat Legion playing around what they came to play around, which is all of the ult cooldowns. The only issue is when they kind of have these extended, there you go.
Chauvin's gonna go down.
When they have like extended fights or when they have like whatever afterwards, they have to now kind of hide out for like 45 seconds. And that's kind of been the
death rocket from across the map. What? Big that touches LeBlanc. What?
Wow.
What a shot. Holy cow. We are stunned. I didn't expect that at all.
Was not ready. I thought LeBlanc, because she dashed as well. So I was like, oh.
Holy crap. Oh, that was interesting. But Jinx gonna pick up another one on the backside of that fight.
Yeah, but now you see the ultimates coming up now, again for Rat Legion, which is when they are at their best and at their most useful. Milio. Wow! That it looked like it went from my screen. The visual looked like it connected with his hitbox.
That was interesting. Garen gonna try something. He's gonna get fled by Mr. Nocturne. LeBlanc shows herself. However, Zathri walks right into it. He's dead. Nocturne's there. It's too much. LeBlanc now on the run. It's too much. Oh my god, no. It's a disaster. Coach Ray going down, as well as Zerathai. What is his name? Zerathai?
I say Zerathai, but that's also looking like it's going to be the Baron. But yeah, again, this time Rat Legion did the correct thing. They basically hit out until the Nocturne ult was back up, and then when it was up, then they look for plays. Then they look to see what they can do. They do have a 5v3, but there's some people milling about. They also still have the Malphite ultimate as well.
Your Baron now at half.
The rocket. Oh, LeBlanc ate the rocket again.
Finding it early. They do get the Baron, and they should just walk out high and clear. It's just Garen nearby.
Yeah, very well played by Rat Legion, kind of turning it around now. I shouldn't say turning it around. They were always kind of close, but not kind of teeter-tottering anymore, playing towards what they need to play towards. Also, very nicely done there by Yusa, like literally seeing what's over on that side and hopping back before being at risk to find out if they could push that tower.
He barely finds Garen there. But now it's just on to basic stuff. They're going to clear some vision, clear the jungle camps here. But I cannot believe Kog'Maw is 6-1.
It's the Kog'Maw Milio is. I was not prepared. I didn't think about it. I guess I didn't anticipate, and I was like, oh. Like once they started trading in bot lane, like, oh, he has unlimited range. He has Steph Curry range. He's gonna hit you from across the map. Like, I didn't realize that was what was going to happen. And now that I'm seeing it, I'm like, that was very, very smart. But the other thing I will say is Coach Ray now has his flash available. Atreides now has this flash available. This may be your best chance to get onto the Kog'Maw is when you have the flash available on your Maokai to be able to hop on him and lock him down for at least some amount of time, and then maybe you can get a silence or a hook on him or something, because otherwise he is going to hit you from a range no one can even dash to.
Zerathai take it very low here. Here comes Nocturne. We can get vision of him. Oh, he's that.
Oh, there. Oh, how?
Mossy and Justice is going to find him, take him down. He's taking turret shots. He took 5 turret shots there, man.
Yeah, they were able to get onto Crabs, but
can they turn this fight is the questions. They're down there in AD carry. The heal going to go down. Redemption going to be dropped. Another heal. There, a nice hook onto Malphite. Now Malphite is just not taking any damage. He's going to be brought back in this.
Oh, they're going to leave him. Oh, they're trying to leave him. He might get away.
Wait, the shield. The shield saved him in the last tick of the Maokai sapling. A nice knockback. They won't be able to get to him. He will live.
Wow.
LeBlanc has a mid tower as well. Oh, nope.
No, the minions did minion things. That rocket's not going to hit though. But
it's going to hit Malphite.
I wish they'd have showed us how they got the Crabs in that fight, because I didn't quite see what happened.
I mean, I didn't either. Ooh, Chauvin in a really good spot here. Can he find the kill? No, he can't. She's over the wall. She's going to go golden as Nocturne pops the ultimate. Can he find himself an AD carry is the question. Yes, he does. Zerathai is able to get there, and he goes down with a beautiful Blitzcrank ultimate onto the back line. As Malphite, he finds another, and so does LeBlanc. But he goes down as well.
They didn't get Crabs.
They
never got Crabs. Crabs got a triple kill there.
Yeah, and that's 4 down for 2. And they get a dragon out of it. Although not a soul point, it puts them on soul point, and that is why it was an important dragon. And they have it. Oh, it reset. Oh, that's awkward. Oh, that would have been so sad if it reset into the sapling.
Yeah.
That would have been so sad.
Oh, that would have been hilarious. But again, it's basically in the fights where FFZ is coordinated and kind of set up, they're doing great. Because they're like, hey, we have to get Crabs. We're here to kill Crabs, and then we'll see what else, right? And even when they lost Zerathai, they killed Crabs. They were able to chase Rat Legion out of the jungle. But when it's like skirmishy and spread out, like just now where everybody's kind of coming back from being down, coming back from being in base, and they're trying to get Crabs, or they're trying to get... but there's nobody else there.
Blitzcrank's got no follow-up. I don't know where that was coming from.
Yeah.
That was
good
a little
hook,
awkward. Good hook, but Chauvin might be in a little bit of trouble. He's not actually backs off. It just seems that Rat Legion is just owning this map. They're just walking across this map and doing whatever they please.
They definitely are. And again, now that the flash is down on Coach Ray, the flash is down on Meth, there's nobody. And Krabs is just going to be back there pew-pewing. I don't know what you can do at this point if you are FFZ to stop him outside of you need one of the tankier boys to flash on him and basically stop him from, Kog'Maw things.
Right, they need to find a way to get on top of Kog'Maw and shut him down. But it seems that they are having trouble. This front line is so good from Rat Legion. And Nocturne is doing a great job of just finding his way on the Zerathai. That's the only job he has. He's like, all right, I press R. Give me vision of the 80 carry. Boom.
Yeah.
And then he deletes
very, very good job. I do want to shout out that Malphite skin. That back animation looks super cool. Just for the record, what was that from Atreides? I guess just hoping to find somebody. Was actually on a ward. Didn't even know he was on a ward. That seems to be kind of the story of the game for FFZ. didn't know they were on a ward.
Super unfortunate. Happened in the bottom lane, happened in the jungle. Blitzcrank's got a talent for finding wards, but just not knowing they're there.
I mean, it happens to the best of us sometimes. But now we see again the setup for Baron. All the big ults are up. The flashes are not.
This is awkward.
What?
I thought they were going to go around each other. That's not the case. Atreides, again, kind of on an opposite time from his team here.
Buddy, hooking the Malphite is normally going to make life hard.
True. Here he is. He finds himself an AD carry. That forces Akali to go golden. Ultimates across the board, knocks up. It's just not enough. There's no damage. Atreides and Chobin now on the run. Atreides sure to go down as Mr. Krabs now turns on to Coach Ray. And there is not anything he can do. That is Baron for Rat Legion.
Yeah, Zerathon was already poked out, though.
I wonder where the poke came from. I didn't get a chance to see it, but just...
But, yeah, the other thing is that Coach Ray basically dashed forward onto, again, Red Strike instead of Mr. Krabs. And once he was in, basically you've used your CC to get not Krabs. And Krabs are just like, oh, okay, I'm going to auto now.
I'm gonna
if
do
you're not
the
gonna
auto attack
CC
champion
me,
thing.
I'm gonna chill over here and hit you with my Bork Rage Blade. Wits it. Oh my god.
They're gonna look at them. There they go. Again, Jinx already dead here. Garen trying to do what he can. He's gonna be CC'd to death. Chobin gonna find himself in the middle of 5 Rat Legion players. And 3 kills for Mr. Krabs. They're just gonna look to end. Here I was like, okay, they take an inhibitor and they back off. But there's just nobody alive. This is a free Nexus. Oh, Emilio actually goes down. But wow, what a game.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, the damage graph popped up immediately.
Oh my god.
That's what I was just like, well, yeah, so when the other team picks Kog'Maw and the Kog'Maw is so strong. I hate to say it like this, but if Kog'Maw is anywhere nearby or could be nearby and you waste your CC on not Kog'Maw, Kog'Maw will kill you. I don't have a better way to put it. Like every time they hook Red Strike or every time they twisted advance onto Red Strike or use something and accidentally hit Malphite or something, Kog'Maw's like, okay, so I'm good, right? I'm good, guys. I'm good. Okay. And just let's lose. And it was one of the, like at that last Baron fight, I was like, okay, cool. The flashes are coming up. Maokai used his ultimate, Nocturne ults to the backside, and then Maokai twisted advances and knocks up Emilio. And Emilio's like, I guess.
I guess.
Thanks, friend. And Kog'Maw's like, okay, I'm hitting them. And then, Garen flashes in and Kog'Maw's and doesn't really silence Kog'Maw. And Kog'Maw's just like, okay, I'm hitting them. And then they're all dead. Like that was it. Like you have to be able to get onto him and that's it. And I just...
Yeah, but look at the damage chart. I can't believe, you got Kog'Maw on top, LeBlanc second, and then Malphite third. Three of your team members did the 3 top most damages in the entire game.
But Kog'Maw did 37,000
damage
in a 32-minute game.
That's more damage a minute.
Yeah, I'm no scientist, but that's not what you want if you're FFZ. I feel very confident in saying that is mathematically bad for FFZ.
True. I think we can fully expect that Kog'Maw will be off the board next game. I think
I would assume so, but I have long since learned that when you assume, you look stupid later. But we will take a quick break and go to game 2, Fantastic Four and Yoirthealpha versus Rat Legion.
All right, welcome back to game number 2. Rat Legion up 1-0 on FFZ. We're ready. What do you think? What's going to change?
Kog'Maw.
As we discussed before, I agree. Kog'Maw is definitely
Ain't
off the table.
no way.
Unless they pick them. Well, no, they don't have first pick. Why? Yeah, it's definitely off the table for sure.
Ain't no way. Maybe Kog'Maw Milio, but ain't no way you are going to let them have Kog'Maw if you are. I don't even know how to. If you would like to win this game, you don't let them have Kog'Maw Milio. That's it.
And especially Kog'Maw, after a performance like that, I think Kog'Maw deserves a Medal of Honor. I think.
Yeah, there's the ban. There's the ban. There's the Kog'Maw ban right there. No, not happening. Not even a little bit. I understand. In the Milio too, like, just in case.
We're taking it all off the table. However, J4 left up and Rat Legion swipes it up. Again, great juggler right now. Could not ask for. He's probably one of the best junglers right now, unironically.
I can understand that. I am okay with that. I think it's a fine. Yeah, I think it's a good pick. I think it's a fine pick, especially because they still banned 2 junglers away from Coach Ray. Also banned the Swain, but
I saw Graves. I was like, huh? The Wukong.
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna put that on the I don't know pile, but I don't think it's happening now. But I think. Actually, I'm really curious what Rat Legion. Are they trolling us?
They must be. Or they're trying to figure out AD carry. Ezreal, okay. Will the Ezreal curse continue?
Oh, no, not again. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Why? Oh, God. Everybody loves it. Okay, Ezreal is one of those things. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Ezreal is like how people feel about their mom's cornbread, right? Like, everybody thinks their mom's cornbread is fire. Everybody thinks their Ezreal is going to be the Ezreal. But honestly, your mama's cornbread is dry and your Ezreal is booty. Please stop. Please stop.
True. But Twitch picked up on Rat Legion.
I like this. The index into hyper carry, jungler who can actually. So I was watching a different league last night, but they were saying that, and this was a lower elo league, but they were saying that the best combo is almost always going to be for amateur competitive, for up until you're already good enough, you don't have to worry about it. It is always going to be tank or bruiser for top laner or a jungler. One is on tank, one is on bruiser. Mage mid laner, hyper carry ADC, and some kind of. I know Alls is really big on the engage support, but it has to be it has to be either an engage support or an enchanter that specifically works with the hyper carry, like we saw last game. And it seems like Rat Legion is really subscribing to that notion with their comp last game and with what looks like they're building this game. And I'm kind of starting to be convinced that this was correct. That that is super effective. That's just what you do. Because we see the Braum now, which means that when Twitch opens up or when Twitch explodes out of nowhere and hits somebody 3 times, they're stunned, and then they're going to catch all the Twitch damage, which sucks. But also, like, great disengage for the Wukong, great disengage for the Ahri. I mean, on the other side, FFZ does pick Janna, so their bot lane is going to be incredibly safe. But you have a Braum, you have an Ornn, you have a Jarvan. We're back to the question from our first match, which is, Ezreal can do a lot of damage, but is he going to do a lot of damage to people who his damage is going to matter to?
Right. I don't know. I do like Jana Ezreal. I think that's okay. I'll be real. It's Jana and Ezreal, both are champions you never really see too much in competitive play. But Braum and Twitch, I think that's a great combination. Like you said, Twitch can explode out of anywhere and then instantly get a stun, right? I think my only complaints about their Rat Legion's makeup is they are very AD heavy. Very, very AD heavy. And so the Lissandra is like their main point of AP damage, and that's about it, right? Well, FFZ, they got the RE damage, they got the Mord damage. For AP, a John, I guess, might be considered AP. I don't know. And I think it's a lot more spread out. That may cause problems, but I mean, if you're scaling as hard as you were last game, it shouldn't be an issue, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be an issue. The bigger question I have is, again, who kills for FFZ? Who kills Ornn? Who kills Jarvan? Who kills Braum?
Now,
this is Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser is the answer.
Mordekaiser is the answer. But
can Mordekaiser kill all three of them? Like that's my big question, because I'm looking at it and I'm just like, Wukong can get access to the back line if he sees Twitch. If Twitch is not invisible at the right time, Wukong can knock him up, and then there's the scramble ensues, right? But if Twitch is invisible and Jarvan engages, or the Call of the Forge guy goes off, what happens next? Like who gets who kills them? And then on top of which, you have Lissandra to lock down people. You have, Braum to apply CC. That's all I have. I just have big questions about where and how FFZ. And then again, how are you gonna? If Twitch is invisible, how are you gonna kill him? Like, that's again the other question I have, which is we're back to the how do you kill their hyper carry? Which what's the problem? And I just noticed that Rat Legion picked Twitch.
Yeah. Twitch, yes, the rat. It's right in. But now I want to say this Mordekaiser, right? The thing is, Mordekaiser is one of those champions that can very much put a backpack on and carry a team. I've seen it time and time again. The only problem with it is Mordekaiser has to get ahead fast. And as soon as he does, he just becomes a raid boss for the rest of the match. But he's got to get there first. Right? So that's the only struggle with that, but it's still pretty tough to call. Like you said, there isn't a lot of consistent damage. It seems like a lot of burst damage for FFZ, and that could be a little bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah. It's again very similar, and I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. It's similar to what we saw earlier, where if Ezreal can get damage on the important people, FFZ will probably be fine. If Ezreal winds up dumping a bunch of damage into Braum or into Ornn, because even with the dash, you can't dash too far forward because Lissandra's just going to be like, okay, stop moving, right? So what happens there? And then on the other hand, can Ahri get a pick onto the one person?
Right.
Because Lissandra can ult herself or you. Jarvan, you're probably not wanting to get a pick on Jarvan, especially after like 20 minutes. You're not getting a pick on the Ornn after 20 minutes unless the Ornn is super behind like we saw previously. I mean, I guess maybe you can pick Braum. You really want to pick Twitch. Who is Ahri? If Ahri doesn't get like a great flank in a team fight where she just pops up behind Twitch and goes, haha, charm, where's Ahri pumping that damage into? I think Rat Legion picked the comp to just make FFZ's damage not matter. But on the other side, you can always outsmart getting outdrafted, but you have to really outsmart it. So that's kind of what I'm worried about, and wondering for all, just what is the thought process, and then what happens as a result. Maybe they know something. I like, I mean, like Emilio Kogma. Maybe they know something we don't.
Right? That's. Oh my god. Is it gonna be AD Twitch? No way.
Yeah.
AD. I suppose. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to go AP Twitch. I don't think. I don't know why I thought it might be AP Twitch. I mean, it's a possibility, but at this point, I think AD Twitch is just so much better. I was looking at that. I was like, huh. Twitch is a weird champion. Somebody that switches between meta being AP on him versus AD is kind of weird. I don't know how to feel about him, but
I like that, but my favorite time from League of Legends was when almost every champion had 3 different viable ways to play them. So I like that, I like champions you can lock in and you'd be like, but which way are they going though? Like, but for real, is he doing this or doing that? Like, I like that, that flexibility to leave the other team on
their
confusion.
on their toes.
Yeah, that's the finish for the sentence I couldn't think of. But my issue with that is I think that AD Twitch is perfectly fine right now. In this game, they don't have, they have maybe 2 people who are going to index into being tanky, and AD Twitch is just going to, if gets the, right time or target, it's just going to eat through Janna, Ezreal, and whoever, even Wukong, if you're targeting the right Wukong. So I don't think AP Twitch would be the right Twitch, but I will leave that open because I am not super familiar with AP Twitch's benefits as far as like when you would want to go AP Twitch as opposed to AD.
I think I can agree with you though, because a lot of what we talked about is FFZ they have a lot of burst damage, and where AD Twitch can be a lot more consistent damage. I think that definitely would be the angle.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially if you are going something with heal, either Bork or Bloodthirster or something like that, something with a little more sustain. But that's just generally my thoughts. That said, we'll find out in a little bit. We're going to take a quick break and be back with Game 2, FFZ and Rat Legion, going to continue this match.
We'll catch you there. right, welcome back to game number 2 here. A little bit of a 5-point. Coach Ray going to be caught out here by... What is going on here? Kind of caught out a little bit walking at him. He's taking really low for that. That's an interesting time to tune in.
He does survive, though. Does survive. But yeah, no, that was... Yeah. Didn't even get his ward down.
All right, are we going to talk about how Jarvan has 1 CS?
That was maybe he did get a ward down. Oh, he did get a ward down. Jarvan killed it. Okay.
Oh, okay. I was like, when did he get 1 CS? I was like, when did this happen?
That makes sense.
I think there's a ward down. We might have just missed it.
Yeah, I think he put it down and it got cleared out before he could do anything, which does happen. Oh man, they're fighting already.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a leash from the bot lane for Wukong there on blue. Jarvan gonna start on the red. Could see some contention over that top scuttle.
Uh-oh. I don't think the top scuttle is gonna be the contention.
Oh, here we go. He's really low. Nice stun there. And a nice early cheese there from the Rat Legion.
Jeez.
It is just a slap fest.
There's so many puns here. Rat Legion, pick Twitch, cheese get level 1. It's just all right there.
We were set up. Mordekaiser could be in a little bit of trouble here, actually. Nice pull. It's Orin on the run. He has the flash.
Yeah, once the whatever zone came out, it went from looking good to looking bad. And Orin has to dodge out that the death grip. No, that's a band. The death claw.
Think
the death grasp. That's what it's called.
Yeah, death grasp. Yes. I was gonna say you're on it. You're dang close.
Right. Like I was like, I know I'm like, it's death something that grabs or pulls or both, and I just couldn't remember what the name was. But yeah, if Ornn doesn't dodge that out, then I think Mordekaiser's just gonna keep winning those trades. That said, very nice, very nice tornado there coming out from Atreides. But
I will say I refuse to call Twitch Ultimate spray and pray. It's Ratatata. Everybody knows it's Ratatata. And I don't know why they changed it either.
Didn't it? Which one was it? It was spray and pray to start though.
No, it was Ratata first, and then they changed it to spray and pray.
Now I need to know.
I swear to God, it used to be called Ratatata. I swear I'm not gaslighting you.
I mean, I know it changed, and I thought they changed it back, but I again am frequently known to be wrong. Quite like Wooshi is right here.
Oh, he's gonna go back in. A nice knockup.
Oh no, he still gets the first blood though.
It was a valiant effort, but yeah, no, he's gonna die first blood.
I think Wooshi lives if he just walks away. Very aggressive, but sometimes aggression is just greed. Oh well, but yeah, no, I have questions about that. But we see this fight going on in the top lane, and again, it's Ornn has to take this as like a short trade. He can't let Mordekaiser get the three hit. Yeah.
J4 routed bot side here. Zarathai might be in a little bit of trouble. Nice block there.
Unseen. Forces out the flash. Coach Ray is hanging out there now in the bot lane river, basically trying to see what he can see. Is going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab, but
yeah, Winner's Bite not able to quite connect there.
Oh, nice charm there by Chobin. Oh, he's taking the dragon.
Yeah.
Coach Ray is just going to go ahead and take the dragon. Does have the bot lane priority. Is going to be kind of noticed. They are going to be seen walking up to it by the ward that was placed by Red Strike, but I don't think it's going to matter. That is just going to be a free dragon for FFZ.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the call is to give. Next to a dragon will be an infernal dragon.
I could have sworn I saw a notification that Lysandra bought a Dark Seal, but now I'm not seeing a Dark Seal.
Interesting.
Very, very weird.
Who knows? But anyway,
we are 6 minutes into the game. Bot lane hasn't even thought of back. They both have at least their first major component, probably their major component and some boots. This is very strange. Oh,
Chobin's out.
Very nice ultimate by Chobin to get out after it being stuck in that glacial tomb.
Also, you were right. It was initially named Spray and Pray, but then they changed it to Ratatata, and then they changed it back to Spray and Pray.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, because I remember it used to be, because it was called Spray and Pray because you could miss it. Like I won't say you could miss it, but like certain champions when they had their movement speed up, you could miss the Spray and Pray. Like Quinn, you could like be aiming at Quinn while she was on Valor, and you could miss Quinn with all 7 shots, and she just run around you in a circle.
Huh. Interesting. Small little tidbit of information.
Just some good old League Boomer knowledge. Oh, they were trying to set up a play up top lane, but they are not going to be able to get it. Ornn was trying to bait Bad Chef with Jarvan hanging by, but it's not going to happen. And now there's already the rotation coming out from FFZ. They're on the top side already, looking for the Rift Herald.
And John is mid. Tornado's going to miss. And that's just the end of that. Looks like Wukong's going to start up the Herald, though.
Yeah, there's just kind of not a lot of engagement from either team right now, and I'm again, this leads me to my worry. Well, for FFZ, there's a Twitch, and much like Kog'Maw, there's a moment where Twitch just is strong. Like, the longer the game goes at an even state, the longer you're gonna have to worry about, is Twitch there? Are my carries dead?
Right. Twitch scales very hard. So, again, if they can make the late game, nice charm there by Chobin.
Oh, and there's a Atreides right there. But there's the claw out. Very nicely done by Yusa. But Chobin is landing these charms, just landing them at will.
And look at that. As we say that, forces the ult out. Nice knockup. She does get out.
Oh.
Oh my god, the damage! Chobin goes down!
But that's a 2-for-1.
And that's
very nice by Wushi. To be nearby, got a very good Cataclysm onto Coach Ray as Coach Ray was trying to hop out. And yeah, Chobin jumps in, does a ton of damage, but with the dying button press, basically, Yusa is able to go ahead and hit that Ring of Frost and leave her rooted there. Ooh, that looks rough. Atreides got disconnected.
Happens all the time, I suppose. But now, looking at this game, it's actually remained fairly even for the last couple minutes. It's been kind of a snooze fest, though. Atreides is disconnected for a second time. Oh, no.
How do you double disconnect? I have questions.
It didn't say he reconnected. He disconnected before he reconnected, apparently. I don't know how that works. Oh, boy. Oh, I didn't even see it. If you look at the chat, you can see his ping. 1975.
Yeah. Okay, I can see how that would be a problem.
You can
That might, make your play not good.
you could say he's lagging, just the smallest bit.
Just a little bit, just a touch, maybe running a little bit slow.
Oh, he needs a new internet provider.
Absolutely. Charter diff is undefeated.
True. We got R from both sides here. It looks like we can go back to watching the game, maybe. This is taking a surprising amount of time to get unpaused. I just love listening to the Mordekaiser thing over and over again.
It's a little creepy. It's a little creepy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't. It kind of it's kind of one of those things that like when you hear it, if you didn't know what it was, you'd be worried. Okay.
Mordekaiser goes down. Holy. Oren actually making it work with Cloud Forge God there, and he takes him down.
I'm not sure what happened because it looked like Mordekaiser was trying to take him to the Death Realm, or maybe was he already in the Death Realm and I just didn't know.
I don't think he used. Oh no, he did use Death Realm.
Yeah, he definitely used it. I'm just not quite sure what happened with it. But we have a little pause. Hopefully, we're all in the same. We're at 10:20, right?
Yeah, that's where I was at.
All right,
we're good.
But yeah, not quite sure. But very nice solo kill from Oren. That said, Oren is also down 30 CS, so that just kind of makes up the difference. But we do see the Bork coming out from Twitch already. Yeah.
It's not looking good. Twitch has got 10, 11 CS, no 12 CS up on Ezreal. It's just not looking good.
And also already has the completed call. So does have more monies. Oh, very nice. Oh, if that charm hits, yeah.
Ushika's could have died there if the charm hit. They're gonna start with control of here. We're gonna actually have a fight here.
Twitch is on the backside. But they have 5. FFZ brought 5 to the dragon to take the dragon, and it is not going to be contested. Instead, that's well done.
Hey, I call the Hextech Soul. I'm just saying. I call the Hextech Soul. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. I don't remember. Did we even do Souls this game? I call the Hextech. I was predicting that last game. For this game.
All right, I'll give it to you then, because I don't think we guessed, but I will definitely give it to you. I'll say it was you called Hextech. You did call it last game.
Oh, but yeah, the Hextech Dragon now spawning. An interesting soul, it gives the Hex Gates across the map. Ooh, Cataclysm gonna go down, forces, it looks like Flash on. Nice ultimate. Atreides forcing out the Monsoon. He's still gonna go down. Ray's trying to do what he can. He's gonna get stunned.
Yeah.
He's gonna go down. Yoirthealpha is forced to E and Flash out. Oh, huge damage. Children making a scene down here. But it just doesn't look good.
That charm was the only reason Yoirthealpha didn't die.
Oof.
But, that was exactly like I thought would happen, which is...
Uh-oh.
Twitch things.
They
brought a friend. They CC'd a bunch of people. Twitch got 2 different concussive blow stuns off, and they got a couple kills. That's exactly what I was worried about, and it's already started. And we're only 12 minutes into the game. I think it gets worse from here. What happened to the Rift Herald? Wukong just had it. Where did he drop it? Did he lose it? He lost it when he died.
Oh no! That's a huge amount of gold just going to the toilet.
Oh man, that feels bad. I thought maybe he had dropped it or used it mid lane before he came bot lane or something, but no, it just straight expired when he died.
Unfortunate, but no, it's looking pretty even so far. The objectives seem to be mostly on to Fantastic's 4 side. However, the kills and gold are on Rat Legion's side. So either way.
Yeah. Yes, but now there's a Dark Seal on Yusa, but there wasn't earlier, but still got the 3 stacks, so I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just a little confused.
You're predicting the future. Ooh, nice charm blocked by Braum.
Braum just, yeah. That's what I was worried about. And again, I thought it would happen later, but they get the charm on the Braum from the Ahri, and Brahms is just like, okay, you don't do enough damage. And if you're having that problem 15 minutes in the game, is it going to get worse? There's a teleport coming in.
Yoirthealpha's going to be rooted here. Again, double rooted. He's going to... This does not do anything as Twitch just walks up and annihilates him. True Shot Barrage going to miss by a mile, and it's just not going to help him at all.
Yeah. Yeah. This isn't looking good here.
It is not.
Again, and a great teleport. Rat Legion literally said, hey, we need to feed our Twitch. And, they built a whole comp around this. And so did a great job of just, hey, there's free kills down here for Twitch. Let's go ahead and get it. And then on top of which, used to even save the kill. Could have finished it himself and saved it for the Twitch. They're proxying the wave, eating the bot side jungle while, oh no,
Atreides
doesn't have
soon. It's just so much damage. That spray and pray is procced, and oh my god, it's nasty. Yoirthealpha might be the next thing on the menu here. What a flash! What the EQ flash? What the heck was that? Does land the knockup.
The sad part is, though, it's still Ezreal. So Ezreal with his bonus flash is just like, that hurt, but bye. And he's fine.
Yeah, he's got 2 flashes. It's just free.
But yeah, no, we now see the Noon Quiver coming in. Coach Ray diving Sashimi. Again, Sashimi already has the Jack Show, is a tanky buddy. And has the Cinder Hulk, or Bomby Cinder, or whatever they call that nowadays.
Harold's gonna be dropped here.
Whatever the kids are calling it. It looks like, though, he's going to go down.
They get a Terra top lane, and Atreides tries to back in the middle of 3. However, it looks like Orin is in a really bad state here. He's going to get taken down by Coach Ray. However, they're going to take a Hex Dragon on the backside of this.
They should keep pushing. Oh, no. You shouldn't do that. They could have got the second tower.
They could have.
FFZ could have absolutely got the second tower. They had vision of the Lysandra. They knew the other 3 were on the dragon, and Ornn had died. They could have taken that second tower. Oh my god.
Just that damage is nasty.
Chobin has to leave. Just bye.
Atreides going to get cataclysmed again. Flashes out. He's been cataclysmed so many times at this point. I think he's getting upset.
They just don't want Janna to have a flash. That is my overall thought right now.
It seems that way, that's for sure.
But I will say this: Chobin and Coach Ray are still in the game. Ezreal is, I assume, in the game. He's actually a lot of bit behind, but does have an item and a Sheen.
Yeah, he's got the Mer mana.
So here's what I'm asking myself, and I don't have a good answer for it. What is the next thing that FFZ, or I shouldn't even say the next thing. What is the thing that FFZ needs to do? Oh, there's a fight. Top lane, but I don't want to see top lane. I want to see mid lane.
Yoza could be in a little bit of trouble, forcing the ultimate out as his team comes in. They try to save him, but he can't get out. Spray and pray going to be cracked. Good damage. Red Strike goes down. Mr. Krabs forced to flash. He probably won't get out. Yes, he won't. He goes down. That was a huge, huge fight for FFZ, and that's what they want to look for. Look for these engagements they can win. And, they found a choke. They managed to get the Lysandra, and they baited the rest of the remaining team members nearby to come in and try to save them, and it just didn't work out.
I think, hindsight is 20/20 because Rat Legion was obviously ahead, so probably, you want to take the fight when you have 3 of them standing there getting slowed and rooted, but in retrospect, maybe we should have just left Lysandra to die.
That's true. And personally, what FFZ needs to do is, take the advantage they have and run with it. You have two dragons. Get the soul. Get the dragons. Get the next few dragons. Just control the objectives and try to win through objectives.
But are you going to be able to get the soul is the question.
That's true.
Like, the overarching question I have is because you have to hit it to get it normally. Maybe you can steal it, but at that point, you're standing 2, 3, maybe in close proximity with a Twitch, Ornn, Jarvan, Lysandra, Braum. 3 people can die before they can move.
True Shot Barrage gonna miss there in the mid lane. I agree. I think I don't know. It's tough to say, but I think right now their best option is just to play for picks and then look towards dragon when it's spawning, and see if you can pick it up, if at all possible.
I mean, that is ideal, but I don't know if you're gonna get an option for ideal, and they have no vision on this Baron, and they're just gonna start it.
This does feel illegal, I'll be honest. It feels just a little bit illegal.
I feel like we saw this last time and it went badly. We've definitely seen this tonight where somebody tried to do a 20-minute Baron and it went badly, but this is not that from the looks of it. No one is thinking about it. Not even considered. FFZ never even moved towards it. Coach Ray just clearing his topside jungle on vision even. Wow.
What did I just witness? They're able to get away with basically murder.
And then they're going to be back in time for the dragon. I do think the Twitch, again, we saw this earlier where someone backed a little bit late, but they do have the Hex Gates to get there a lot faster than we saw last time. There is teleport available for the... Ooh, Red Strike's got out.
Ooh, Red Strike's running towards the team. He's forced to flash. Now here's something interesting. Ornn actually gave his first ornament to Braum. Here we go. Cataclysm up. Here comes Spray and Pray from the back line. And first to go down was Lysandra. Here comes Call of the Forge God. They got 2, or 1 actually. It was a fake. Ushru going to go back. Huge damage to the Mad Chef. Mad Chef going to go down. Chobin, now they're on the run. They have their tank and Red Strike remaining. He's going to be knocked up. Twitch actually looking towards the backside of the fight, but Yoirthealpha, they still have the main damage. Yeah.
I think you're happy with that if you're FFZ. Might be more. Oh, just barely Red Strike survives. I don't think you should start that. No, yeah. They realize that there's a Twitch still twitching. You don't want to start that dragon. You don't have your jungler either. It's not going to end well. Yeah, Twitch needs to go mid. Okay, there he goes.
They don't have the jungler on the way now. I'm just saying we're probably going to see another fight here break out pretty quickly.
Absolutely, and there is going to be the teleport coming in from Chobin.
Start up. Here we go. No Cataclysm available. No Call of the Forge Gods. Death Realm still available. Half dragon. They're going to get this dragon. If Jarvan doesn't move quickly here. Red team gets it. Here we go. Knock up. Beautifully done. Matchup going to go down yet again. Atreides forced to go golden. And another kill onto Ray. This Twitch is now being a menace. Wushi in a little bit of trouble. Chobin finds a kill. Ooh, Twitch finds another one barely. Chobin now on the run. Can Twitch get to him in time? Yes, he can. That's Quadra. Xerathi now the only one alive. Can he make it work?
Try to... Oh, no, he doesn't save it for Twitch.
No, you hate to see it. Mr. Krabs is very upset right now. No Penna for him. But well played there. They don't get the dragon, but they do manage to secure 5 kills, and now they're going to get turrets.
Yeah, they're gonna get at least 2 towers. Oh no, what?
Looks like they're gonna go mid.
I mean, I guess it's still 2 towers, but I feel like you could have got that inhibitor tower and safely exited, but I guess not. Okay.
I have to agree. I don't know why what the choice was, but they opted to do it that way. That's 2 towers now picked up, and the upgrade going on to Lissandra.
I don't what? Huh?
You should have seen he upgraded Braum first.
That had to have been a misclick. I don't understand. Well, yeah, that too. But why is the upgrade going on to Lissandra there and not Twitch? But either way, Twitch has the IE now.
Yeah, maybe the thought is this: Twitch is doing enough damage right now. Let's save the buff for later when he needs it. Right? Give the damage to someone that really needs it. And Lissandra hasn't been doing very much lately, so maybe that was the thought.
I mean, she's been doing her job. She's 3-3-8. Her job is to make people not move, and has been doing a great job of it. If I'm being honest,
that is so true.
Sometimes your job is to make people not move and die. Like I've tried to explain this to people before, where like, you know, it'd be like, I don't want to die. No, your job is to die. As long as you died making them not move, the rest of your team's job is to make your death worth it. And Lissandra has definitely had worthwhile deaths.
Absolutely, I agree with that completely. It's like, again, we'll say though, they're on soul point.
Yeah, that is a worry that I would worry about if I was Rat Legion, as that is, I don't want to say a win condition, but definitely something that would make. There's still a tower there. There's still a tower there. Uses like, oh, I just need to claw back a little. I was like, oh, it's cut out. It's a long lane. Maybe he can run her down. No, there's still a tower there.
Oh.
Wow. We're 25 minutes in the game. There's still a bot lane tower, outer tower.
That is crazy. Oh. Wishika's going to be knocked up there. Wukong actually going a little deep here. He's pretty far in their jungle. Interesting.
I'm trying to figure out, because he was trying to. I think he was trying to get behind Lissandra, and then realize that there's a minute till Baron, and if he shows there, they're just gonna like rotate up to Baron and take it. Also, this is a second Baron at 26 minutes because they took a Baron at 25 minutes.
Pretty much straight
or 20 minutes. Yeah, that cannot be underestimated. That like I'm thinking like, oh man, we were like 35 minutes in the game. No, this is still a young game. This is very new. This game doesn't even, you know, understand interest rates yet.
That is so true. But you know, looking at
if they spot Wukong, they're just gonna take Baron. Twitch might actually get caught out. Is he gonna go over the wall?
Braum is here. With Glacial Fissure could save, but I mean, you want that.
I thought Wukong was gonna come from the pit over the wall.
Ooh, teleport here. Charm gonna be perfectly on time. Call the Forge God. Gonna hit 2. E out. Yuza gonna find Coach Rhea. And that starts his fight off. Yuza is gonna continue to follow up.
They don't need to. That's the jungler. They can take
Baron
and
right
eject. The issue is that the dragon's up in 26 seconds. So I think they're gonna not take the Baron and instead opt for the dragon.
And I think that's a smart idea. You know, get what you can off of this. Go to the dragon, take the dragon, prevent the soul. Ooh, Yuza actually getting a little bold. He's going to be ultimate. They're going to try to get the thing down. Here we go. Glacial Fissure going to go down, followed by Cataclysm. Atreides in a little bit of a sticky situation. Hour 1 goes down. They buy one back, and Twitch backs off of this. Yoirthealpha going to chase here.
Twitch got what, 2-3 more kills right there?
2.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Just
10-1 Twitch. I'm just saying there isn't a person in the world that would want to deal with that. But Rat Legion showing up tonight, and man, it has been a great showing for them today.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hang on though. I have
They did give him I thought it gave Jarvan And I was like, oh no, no way they're gonna give Twitch the last one. It is Twitch that gets the fourth ornament.
Okay, Twitch also now has the Runins to do more damage to more people.
It is scary. He's pretty close to full build.
Yeah. Oh wow! If that hits, Coach Ray just leaves the game. I think.
Yeah, he alt F4s right there, and then.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You just grab a snack, big dog. You're out. You're out.
You're out of this. You got a 30-second gray screen. You're out of this, man. Approaching the 30-minute mark, it looks like both teams are looking towards this Baron. Ushi is going to try to clear some of this vision.
Oh, misclick hits the Baron.
That's unfortunate. They're not able to get quite all the vision. However, the pink ward down there.
I thought they cleared the pink ward. It's just the vision ward.
Yeah.
But it's not turned off. So yes it is. Yes it is. I couldn't see because Baron was blocking the icon.
Fathead. 5,000. Okay. Here we go. Coach Ray's
going over. Wukong's going behind, but I think they're okay with it.
Here we go. Oh, he's going to go golden here. Call of Forge God's going to go down. He's going to hit one. Ezreal's able to. Last way, Glacial Fisher going to go down. A nice knockup. Followed up. Oh my God. Coach Ray is just deleted. They bring.
He has Twitch in the death realm, but Twitch is invisible, so he doesn't care.
that was a little bit sus. Dude, they do take out his main damage, and now they're going to run away from this, actually, because this is huge for FFZ. I just realized FFZ is winning this fight hard.
Oh, Twitch got charmed!
Twitch
got charmed!
And they lose Wukong, but they get 4 kills. What is happening?
Yeah, so...
And they get the Baron.
Finally, FFZ does the thing where they take the hyper carry out of the fight. And even if he's in the death realm and he can't be found, the whole rest of the fight is going on while Twitch is just hiding from Mordekaiser, and they're able to win the other 4v4 or what have you. Well, actually, it's a 3v4 because Yusa was already dead. So yeah, finally, they did the thing.
They did the thing they were supposed to, which means Twitch now may in fact have to buy some anti-CC.
QSS. Yeah, I think it's already the plot with the magic resist. But actually, so here I mean, there's not a lot of CC from FFZ, but I wonder if maybe Twitch should have started with with cleanse instead of ghost. I don't want to tell you how to play when you're rolling over folks, but
like you're right.
I thought like that was the whole plot, right? Like that's why you take the Mordekaiser. So when Twitch starts popping off, Mordekaiser goes, shoom, you're not in the fight.
He's got a quick silver sash already.
Yeah.
That was fast. No, you're absolutely right. When you're playing for a hyper scaling comp and you're playing into Mordekaiser, you need something to get out of the realm as soon as possible. And so,
because if he had not been in, I think they win that team fight. But that does delay the game a bunch. Gold leads down to 3,000. That's super clutch on the side of FFZ.
They are able to protect this mid tower for the time being. Coach Ray looming nearby.
He does have a GA, so they have to kill him twice.
We got a turret. Finally, that battling turret goes down.
Dragon is up too. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. So
the Baron buff will still be on by then. That might be really. That's really bad. I don't know why it took me this long to realize that, but that's really bad for Rat Legion.
It is, but so here's again. Oh, very nice hop from Yoirthealpha.
Here we go. Coach Ray's now on to, and Sashimi is going to be forced to E away. Here comes
Call the Forge God.
Oh my God! The knockup.
Everybody's super low.
Well done there. He's going to try to do his best. He gets an ultimate. Krabs is still alive. Can they make something happen here? Ray goes down with Proxit. Nothing can be done, and that should secure the soul for Fantastic Four.
Wow.
Wow, what a turn of events! The huge knockup keeps call from the Forge God, or the call of the Forge God, and being reflected down, and it's just yuck. Oh my God, they're gonna look to close this game out right away. Death timers are long enough. Red strike should be up.
I don't think they will. I don't think they will. No, they're not going to take that.
This is a swing.
What a yeesh.
It's hard to see it, but they've got the advantage now, and they're going to run away with it.
This is amazing.
I'm really excited.
Twitch never got to enter that fight. Basically, everybody was super low, and like got a kill, but that was it. Got a kill.
Yeah, that's it. There's nothing more from that. He was so far out of the fight that it was sad. Now, next objective is going to be this Baron spawning in 1 minute and 50 seconds here. So they're going to start clearing some vision. And I will say, I do not think that Rat Legion is out of this game just yet. It is close. I have a Red Strike here in a little bit of trouble. True Shot Barrage is going to be blocked by the shield.
Yeah, no, I don't think Rat Legion is out of it at all. I just a little confused because I won't say confused, but they were winning by such a large margin that it shouldn't be a question right now. It should just be like, and when will they close it out? It's just such a sudden shift. I got whiplash.
I have whiplash too. Don't worry. I'm the same way. Teleport onto the cannon minion. Prevent it from going down. And look at the inner tower in the top lane. Oh my God. This is disastrous for Rat Legion right now. They need to figure something out here. They need to win a fight. Bring it back.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Red Strike could be in a little bit of trouble. Winner's fight. Oh, they're going to call it in. They're going to try to fight this one out. Going to call it Forge God. And Twitch is in a great spot. Cataclysm going to go down. Ult's going to come down for Mad Chef as he ults the Braum. Twitch is still alive. Twitch is actually just running out of the fight.
Yeah, so... Oh my goodness. You can't be serious right now. So yeah, they got them all in the choke point, but Twitch was not able to put the damage down in the choke point. And... because...
Twitch has been out of this fight.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to have a game 3.
Wow. So it's it's Jarvan going over the wall with Yusa there and the Call of the Forge God, but Twitch is still at that inhibitor. So those three have great CC, but Twitch is too far away, and by the time Twitch gets to the fight's done. Well, congratulations to FFZ, first of all. They broke the Ezreal curse.
Huge, by the way. And look at that. He does the most damage in the game, 32,000. But, you know...
I mean, we've seen Ezreal's lose while doing the most amount of damage in the game. The issue is never, does Ezreal actually do damage? The issue is, where's that damage going? And is it useful, right? Like...
Right.
I'm going to say yes. It was useful enough because, you know, they won the game. It took a while to scale up, like it was the Twitch, because Twitch ran the first 25-30 minutes, and then but no, I just Rat Legion kind of fell apart on themselves. Not to take it away from FFZ, but it really just seemed like Rat Legion had it and then just kind of I don't even want to say kind of fumbled it. They just put it down and walked away.
No, I completely agree. I feel like there was a lot of the fights towards the end where I was just like, all right, what the heck are you doing there? Like, Lissandra's like completely out of position, caught up by 5 people on the other side of the map. How is this possible? Right? Like, what are you doing here? So I feel like there was a major positioning issue, and there comes the problem of Twitch not being able to get into the fight fast enough. before everyone is dead. So
Yeah.
I just think it was a major positioning issue towards the end of the game.
Well, the last fight was again the same thing where Lissandra's caught out because Lissandra's trying to flank, and they're like, "Oh, hey, Lissandra, let's turn." Lissandra goes over the wall. Then Lissandra goes untargetable, and then Lissandra is trying to be fine, and then FFZ is like, "Okay, well, we could kill Lissandra," and Rat Legion's like, "Well, they're all here. We could just CC them and kill them all." And then what winds up happening is you actually didn't CC them and kill them all. Twitch isn't anywhere near the fight, and now you're dead. And now they win. And, now we're here. Now there's a game 3.
I agree. I think, like you said, it was just the same old, same old. Somebody would get caught out, and then they would try to force the issue when they really don't want to force the issue. And Twitch would not be able to help because he was not near enough to the fight, and just felt like these fights were a lot more forced than they needed to be. And so I think that really cost him this game. And like you said, game 3 coming up. I'm pretty excited.
I am too. It's definitely been a lot of roller coasters so far today.
Absolutely. So I think we're going to take a little break before then. So make sure to stay tuned for game number 3 of Mr. Rat Legion and FFZ coming up next.
Tread upon the soil.
sure did.
They definitely did. Mason, can you hear us? Oh no. All right, welcome back to game number 3. We're at 1-1 in the series, and we are here in Champion Select. How do you feel about this one?
I feel excited. I'm pretty hyped for whatever we get, which is going to be a jinx, which is fair. But yeah, I'm pretty hyped.
Yeah,
Oh, are we going to get full arcane matchups here?
Oh no.
When is season 2 coming out?
Sometime soon, actually. I'm pretty sure it was for summer of 2023. I think they moved it up.
Stupid small indie company. Give me my content.
We all want to watch Arcane. Vi Ezreal picked up for FFZ. Oh boy. They're going to show off the Ezreal again. I wonder, will they make it look as good as they did last time?
I mean, they have earned a reprieve from the Ezreal hate, but if it's another one of those Ezreal games where it just dumps all the damage into the front line and doesn't do anything, I will be back to talking smack about Ezreal.
Renata Glask. Okay, that's an interesting one.
She's supposed to be in Arcane Season 2.
You know, I gotta say, I don't know how to feel about Renata Glask into Ezreal. I'm not 100% sure, because, like, a lot of Ezreal's damage comes from his Mystic Shot, which is an ability. Normally, you want to play Renata Glask into more auto-attack heavy champions. And
That is true.
I'm not quite sure how to feel about it. But the Soraka locked in for FFZ, Soraka Ezreal, they're going to have a crap ton of sustain.
Yeah, they just get to hang out. Oh man, if this was old Soraka that could restore your mana, that would be even worse.
True
Ezreal
that.
would just never have to leave lane, basically. But yeah, I agree with you on the Renata thing. While great disengage on a Vi, Ezreal doesn't auto attack like that. It's not going to be the same.
Right. So I'm interested to see how they play with it, though. It looks like they've brought out bans by banning away the Shen and the LeBlanc. It looks like Olaf and Malphite are going to be banned away from Rat Legion as well. Very
Olaf
interesting.
has been banned a lot. Ornn is a high priority pick though, and is gonna go over. It's gonna be Mad Chef on the Ornn this time.
Interesting. They are able to pick it up though. Mad Chef actually been playing pretty well over the course of the games, and he can make it look good.
I believe in him.
But what does Rat Legion pick into this is the question. What's a really good top laner here? Mordekaiser on the table. Yes, they're going to pick that. Interesting.
Switch.
It seems that, I mean, both sides looked fairly good last game, so no complaints here. They both, I mean, at the end of the day, it was just Mordekaiser ulting your carry, and it really, really took Twitch out of the fight, and it really did some work on the Rat Legion comp. So, again, pretty interesting choice. They're going to go with the Ahri. Okay. All right.
Wait,
Shogun.
what?
Shogun.
What?
They picked Ahri.
What in the world is going on? Okay,
What?
they're not taking Lissandra.
Ooh, Annie. Victor? Seems like they were
Okay.
very indecisive. They're going to go with a Victor. Yeah. I think that's
All right,
all.
I was super confused because I thought it was really going to be Lysandra. I thought the solo lanes were literally going to be the inverse of what we saw last game. And I was just like, but why though?
But
but-
why?
But we're not doing that. And I appreciate them for that because, yes, we didn't need that.
Oh boy.
I have. Actually, so I think I like FFZ's comp more, even with my extreme doubts of Ezreal.
I think I can agree with that actually. They look like they have a lot of sustain, and they got some pretty neat comp, I would say. I disagree. I don't like the Renata Glass pick. Mordekaiser's probably fine. Nocturne looked fine. It's really down to if Jinx gets fed or not for Rat Legion. Or I guess Jinx or Mordekaiser. If either of those two get fed, it could be a problem for FFZ. But FFZ just looks like they can play together regardless of who's fed. So I think I can get behind saying FFZ's comp may be a little bit better. They also have a lot of sustain, which is obviously 90% of the sustain is Soraka. But you build Moonstone on Soraka and you're healing your team throughout the entirety of your team fight. It's kind of gnarly. It's really gnarly, actually.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. The thing that so what I really, really worry about is that you have a Nocturne, you have a Mordekaiser. Was it game 1 where we saw this?
It was Nocturne. I know game 1 was Nocturne.
Or not? Basically, Nocturne was just able to be like, yeah, your ADC never's in the fight.
Right.
And you have Nocturne and Mordekaiser, and like we saw last game, when executed properly, Mordekaiser just says, yeah, your ADC's not in the fight. How effective will this be at taking Ezreal or Victor and basically saying, that's cool, you don't get to play?
Right. I am kind of curious to see how that works out. So, but Nocturne's got to get there first, right?
That is true.
So, if he's just not fed enough to one-shot the AD carry, it's pretty much over. Plus, when you have an AD carry with 2 flashes, it's kind of difficult, right? To get on top of him.
We did see that problem with Jarvan last game, where Jarvan was able to land a couple times on the Ezreal, and Ezreal was like, bonus flash, bye. But yeah, I just, this can get very interesting. I think, we've seen Victor can do stupid amounts of damage to everybody, but there's a lot of disengage from both teams. There's some engage from both teams. I think it's going to be very interesting, but in general, I think I like FFZ's comp a lot more.
And I think you're just dead on it. I think it's just going to come down to a draft difference in this game, and full faith, and watch us be completely wrong and it go the other way. But I support what you're saying. I do think that there is a draft difference here, at the very least. But
it definitely seems like it. Yes.
You never know. Jinx could be dangerous. Mordekaiser can be dangerous. It's just, is it dangerous enough to out-heal Soraka? Is it dangerous enough to stop Vi from pointing at your AD carry and just completely annihilating them? Is it dangerous enough to keep Call of the Forge God away from all of your team? That's the questions you have to ask. So,
yeah, these are great questions.
But I don't know. Is there anything else we got to say before we send it to break before game?
I do not have anything. I am very excited for this game 3.
I'm so excited for game 3, so make sure to stay tuned for that. Again, 1-1 series here. This is the game that decides it all. I'm excited. I can't wait. So we'll see you there. All right, welcome back. I'm really excited for game 3 here. And it seems both teams are also not willing to risk anything cheesy. Look, both of them in a 5 stack.
Yeah, nobody's walking into the river or otherwise engaging in foolishness, which is super weird considering each game so far has started with someone trying to walk in or otherwise trying to get an invade or something. What?
I read that too.
Okay, as long as we're all in the same boat of confusion, I guess I can live with it. Because what the heck?
Oh boy. It does not stop the goofiness between these two teams. These guys have been they've been jokesters all day. I don't know. It's like starting off here, Nocturne will start on the blue and Vi will start on the red buff.
I mean, that is understandable, but yeesh. Just okay. So at least to start there, so the junglers are about even. Similar to what we saw earlier, I think Vi is going to want to be more active before before Nocturne could hit 6. But if Nocturne hits 6 and nothing has happened, Nocturne, like we saw last time, has the possibility to just take over the mid game.
Absolutely. So I'm ready. I'm ready to see these junglers outplay each other and see who can get ahead first.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be about even. They're both at 12. You know, they're both literally crossing mid lane at the same time. So at least for the initial whatever is going to happen, they're going to be in the same place at the same time and approximately the same level.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, exactly. Both of them are done a full clear. Both of them are almost identical in timing. Interesting.
Oh, Yusa is not going identical with Choban though.
Chopin's just making his life, Yusa's life hard. Uh-oh.
Flash auto. Oh, just doesn't get it.
So close. Ari's able to get to safety though and stay alive. Chobin's actually. Oh! Wait! He turns it first blood! What just happened? What just happened? Outplayed. Victor cannot believe his eyes. What?
When being greedy goes wrong, Yusa literally Choban trying to get the killer, stop the back. Yusa flashes charms and other things and gets the kill. Uh-oh.
Granada Glass not gonna hit that Q, not be able to. Oh, Ray is down bot line here. Red Strike could be in a little bit of trouble. However, Wushi's here as well.
Oh, and there's gonna be a teleport. Ari teleported to the bot lane just to make sure, I guess, that they stayed safe.
Interesting choice. Victor now is just gonna continue to farm. But an interesting engagement.
I mean, the wave was in a position where I don't think Victor was too worried, or not Victor, Ari was too worried. But
True. But you know, already one kill up. I'm still kind of hooked. I got whiplash from that Ari kill still, man. That was insane.
Very well done. Very well done. Ari does come back a little bit ahead, obviously. But is down a bunch of CS. Oh. So this is confusing and weird. So last game we saw basically the Mordekaiser win landing. That's a flash.
Uh-oh, Sashimi. Ooh, Mad Chef actually gonna try to turn here as you see Wushi. Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He's gonna go down. Second kill.
Yeah.
For Rat Legion.
Very well done. Jungler in the right place at the right time. Also looping around behind Mad Chef. I was gonna say that we saw last game that Mordekaiser was kind of winning the trades when they would go for extended fights, and it's kind of going the opposite this time, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, all Orton has to do in that matchup is just look for short engagements. Like you mentioned before, as long as it's not elongated in any way, won't be a problem for him.
Yeah. So we finally see Vi come mid, and nothing happens. She's not even able to take a flash out of take a ultimate out of the Ari, I should say. Like Ari literally just stood there, walked away, charmed her, and was like, "Okay, we good?"
Yeah.
That's not good.
They shook hands and walked away.
Again, that's not good because Nocturne is going to be. He's probably going to have to back or have. He's going to have to go to the other side or restart his clear to get to level 6. But Vi has done nothing in the meantime.
Yeah, both junglers actually sitting almost on an identical clear, which is actually kind of funny. However, while Nocturne takes his Krugs, Vi is taking the red buff. Nocturne will get spot out by a pink ward here.
It's a little bit of extra XP though.
Yummy. Give you a little bit extra money in the pockets.
Interesting. They were pinging out the what?
What is happening?
They were pinging out the red buff, saying that the red buff is going to be up in a minute. I don't know if he's saying he's going to do 2 camps and then go to, or do the buffs and then come, start ganking or go to the dragon, which it looked like they were thinking about before they were spotted out. But it's just a very interesting thing to be pinging out. But he is level 6 now. And is right there in mid lane. Or right there by mid lane.
Uh-oh. Renata going to be targeted here. Ray's going to go over. Here comes Nocturne in the mid lane. They're going to try to lock this down. Chaos Storm going to go down as well. Nice charm. Chobin's trying to make this work. A nice flash. He does. Goes down. Chaos Storm doing so much damage. Renata Glass is still alive.
More importantly than still being alive, they're able to force the Vi out, and now they're going to be able to have priority on this dragon with it being a 4v3.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage just going to do a good old field goal. And like you said, they're going to start up this dragon.
In the death realm, the two top laners.
They're going to try to make things work. Oh, there's no smite!
It doesn't matter.
Cease and desist going to go down. Not going to do much to Mr. Krabs as he gets excited here.
Oh,
Victor's
back now.
Uh-oh. Wushikaz might be in a little bit of trouble. Ooh, nice Q there.
Threaded it.
Threading the needle, flashing in. Yuza could be in a lot of trouble too. Bingo. 2 kills for Ezreal for a dragon. Yuck, this Ezreal's now 2-0. It's just not good.
Yeah, that's how you clean it up. Ornn did survive in the top lane. We got that cut off. Was trapped in the death realm, but did not die.
Yeah, he's actually able to stay alive, which is actually pretty impressive.
But yeah, no, won the fight, and then Rat Legion kind of overchased, and Chobin came back and just walked into it and was like, oh, okay, damage. And then Yoirthealpha was able to clean it up. That is absolutely a win for FFZ. And on top of which, Yoirthealpha has that double buff. We'll be able to come back to lane with it. I feel worried.
It's something to be worried about. Everybody's now hitting level 6. Atreides is the only one that hasn't hit 6 in this game yet. He's got to be pretty close, though.
Yeah. I would assume so.
Oof, that stun barely doesn't hit. Uh-oh.
Vi is here, but there's the Renata Glass ultimate, able to peel him off and get a little knock up together, and there it goes.
Here comes Nocturne. Again, another well play there. Hostile takeover, not doing very much though. I was kind of surprised. It just zoned them off, right?
It did the job.
So, well played there, and they find a return kill. Actually, not even a return kill. They just find a kill.
Yeah. Again, Nocturne basically able to join any fight that his ult is up in, which makes it really hard to pick those fights. Renata was able to kind of stall them out long enough for Nocturne to be able to enter. The Ahri is also 4-1-0 now.
Jeez, that is a dangerous Ahri.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal with it. That is for sure. Maybe you can, if you would like to. It's all you, but I don't want to.
Nah.
I mean, are you sure it's like right there?
It's right there. I could take it, but nah.
It looks like a play is going to be happening on the bot lane. They're looking to come behind, but the pink ward is going to spot out Coach Ray.
Yeah. Zap is a great deterrent there.
The best deterrent in that it deterred. Oh,
he almost stopped the bag. Ray now picking up the Radiant Virtue on Vi. Interesting.
That is like the super tanky. Well, I won't even say tanky. Like, so some junglers have been taking that. Junglers who are tanky and will be pressing R anyway, but it's just super weird.
That is. I typically, you see it kind of built on supports a lot. And so that's why I just thought it was weird. But if it works, it works, right? I'm not here to complain. We'll see if it makes it work. Ooh, here comes Nocturne. On to Soraka this time. Wish gonna go down. I'll be honest, I'm pretty sure. Oh, never mind. Wish actually did save him. Hostile takeover gonna go a little bit wide.
Oh, the rocket does not rocket.
Yep,
I thought the rocket was gonna be able to take it. Oh, Yusa just barely misses the charm too. And here comes Vi.
Uh-oh. Both sides now. Just backing off. Vi not going to do anything. Wow, I can't believe nothing came out of that.
Yeah. A barrier? A ghost? That's all that was used?
Yuck.
Maybe the cleanse. Maybe the cleanse off of Yoirthealpha went down. I think he did. I'm not sure what CC hit him, but the cleanse.
Some good counter jungling there from Vi. Vi has been consistently getting these.
He's got to drop that Rift Herald. Yeah. Is it gonna charge?
Oh my
God! Didn't get the plates.
Oh, the plates disappear right as it hits it. Oof.
That feels bad.
That's such a feels bad moment.
Here we go. Vi is behind again. They see her on the ward, but Krabs is just.
Oof. Nice shield last time. Ooh. I'm surprised he didn't press W. A nice Death Realm here onto Vi. Never mind. No, that's Nocturne ultimate. I thought that was Death Realm for some reason. I was like, what? Oh, wait. Yusha's in a little bit of a weird space here. However, his team's there to back him up.
Yeah, should be fine. Should be able to get out. It looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-0. Almost a 2.
Red Strike almost going down there. Whew. It's hard to say.
They will be okay, and it looks like they're gonna be able to take this dragon.
Fantastic.
Wait, what is the next one? What is this? What is the soul?
We've seen Mountain, we've seen Wind, we've seen Hextech. What else? And we've seen a Mountain. Oh wait, no, I said Mountain already. Crap.
Yeah.
We saw an Ocean Soul. So that's 4 games right there. So this game, I want to say it's gonna be. Hey, you know what? We'll call it Chemtech.
That is very hopeful. I think it's gonna be another Mountain. You are.
Oh, Chauvin going in here. It's a Chemtech.
Wow.
Let's go. Ooh, Coach Ray flashing in here. He's going to force out the flash from Yusha.
Oh, the charm hits.
Oh, and Renata standing low there, walking up. Wow, they actually get away with murder there.
Literally. Victor not having a good time. Is 0-4-2 right now.
Jeez. But Ezreal, on the other hand, is 3-0.
Yeah, this Ezreal is working out right now. Is left alone though, but again, bonus flash.
We do a little bit of trading there in the top lane.
Yeah, so the Ezreal build, he's been building the Mirror Mana into the Triforce, which I do think is the better build than the crit build we saw earlier. It definitely has a higher win rate among high-level solo queue, but
Nocturne onto Soraka. Nice fleet. Uh-oh. Yeah, Soraka's sure to go down. Choppers don't need it. Ooh!
He dodges it out, but there's an Ahri here.
Oh, he's able to get the True Shot barrage off, but hostile takeover Did he cleanse the hostile takeover? Yeah, he did.
Yes, he did.
Huh. Interesting.
Did cleanse the hostile takeover, but there was an Ari to collect that shutdown kill, and the Ari is now super big, 5-1-1. Not big is Shishimi.
Mordekaiser as he gets taken down there by Chobin.
But
First
yeah, they took the mid tower too. So I think it was 2 towers. I think the mid went first.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I think mid did go first there. However, it looks like they're going to try to buy one back here in the top lane, as Ari now going to show up here.
Yeah, with the Rift Herald coming up as well, I think there's going to be an actual honest fight for it. Looks like Nocturne wants it. Ari is nearby. Ari is very big right now. Looks like either going for a Shadow Flame or a Death Cap next. Not quite sure which.
Yeah, both these teams are nearby on this Rift Herald. They brought bottom up. It's going to be a fist fight.
Yeah, something is going to go down. Somebody's going to get caught. Looks like it might be Red Strike. Or Jinx. Jinx is backed up just in time. Coach Ray was spotted on that pink ward. Otherwise, I think they were looking to collapse on Jinx, and I think they would have been successful.
Looks like they may be trying to set up something here. They do have control of the river. Nocturne is not close enough here to this fight just yet. Mordekaiser actually going to match Victor. He does have the Unleashed teleport if need be. There we go.
Nocturnal. He's on the Ezreal.
Moves with cease and desist, buys time. A nice hostile takeover, but that first one going right on to Soraka. Then it's Ezreal. Huge obliterate. It lands on the Chobin. What can come out of this now? Chobin's trying to defend himself. It doesn't look like it'll work out. Vi taken extremely low there, but is able to get out safely.
That hostile takeover was amazing.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And you know what? We mentioned before, you like to pick it into the auto attack champions. At this time, it's not about the damage it does. It's about the actual suppression that it provides.
Yeah.
So it seems to be doing work.
It literally took the Vi and the Ezreal and just made them absolutely useless in the fight. And that is what you want. And now with this dragon coming up in 39 seconds, there's a lot of bit of an advantage between the Nocturne and the Ari for Rat Legion. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, Rat Legion.
Rat Legion and Fantastic Four. All right, there you go. They're going to try to look for control of this pit. Our Fantastic Four already has control of the river. They don't have very much vision on this. Mordekaiser's actually in a really good spot here. They can't see him. So he's in a good spot for a flank.
And Ari will be, because Ari's coming behind as well, yeah.
All right, here we go. They're going to start up this dragon.
There's Ari. Ari does not land a charm.
Nocturne's onto the backline. He's going to go for Soraka. He's going to get knocked up instantly. He's going to be shut down. Huge from Orin there. He's going to find the kill there. Sashimi's going to be forced out of the fight. A nice hostile takeover. Catches two. Huge from Coach Ray there. He's going to knock him up. It's a 3v5. They haven't lost one yet. Krabs is now on the run. They should have secured this dragon. And Rat Legion is going to have to give. What a fight.
That's going to at least delay their hopes for Soul. But yeah, Wu went a little too deep. Once the charm missed and he could see the Soraka went on the Soraka, but Soraka was surrounded by 5 friends and Nocturne had none. Even if you kill the Soraka there, I don't think that's worth.
Yeah, he was just way out of position and his teammates were unable to get to him and help.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a little over anxious, a little over greedy, and by the time that the Mordekaiser got there, there's not really a lot for Mordekaiser to be able to do. Didn't even really didn't take anyone to their death realm. Just walked forward, hit a couple abilities, and got CC'd to death.
Right.
Not as coordinated as it needs to be.
23 minutes in this game or so. We're looking at 10-7 and a gold lead that's almost about 3K. And the only objective up right now is Baron, which I don't think either side. Ooh, wait, hold on. Ray could be in a little bit of trouble here. Last one on the wall, everything's going to get thrown at him. There was nothing he could have done.
That's Baron.
Yeah, they're going to go for Baron.
Well, the jungler's dead. I think the only chance you have is a sure shot barrage.
Let's see if he can make it happen.
No, I think they're going to play for the other side.
They're going to head towards Mordekaiser here. Call the Forge God. It's going to land. That is a lot of ultimates.
He used the Death Realm to dodge out the Call of the Forge God, which was well played. And while they do get the kill, Ari is mid with Baron minions. Like,
yeah, she's
not going to be able to get it, but gets a solid amount of damage. And on the other side, they get a top lane tower and may get another.
They see the teleport, they choose to respect it, and they're all backing off now.
Yeah, that blast going into the Baron pit, a little greedy from the Vi. You don't have vision. Sometimes you don't have vision because they're there.
Right? And so you gotta learn to expect these things, right? If nobody's on map, that's a little bit suspicious.
Exactly. And on top of which, again, it's Nocturne. If you jump over the wall by yourself and you find one friend, you actually are fighting two, because Nocturne is like, Nocturne doesn't believe in a fair 1v1. That's just against his beliefs as a person. Like,
it's assassin style.
We're jumping them, okay? No. We're not fighting. We're jumping.
Exactly. You're not fighting me. I'm just killing you.
Oh,
you didn't get a choice.
But now we do have the dragon in a minute and a half, and they did get a tower, but it looks almost like they're not playing for any more towers with this Baron buff.
Yeah, it looks like Rat Legion is going to have control over the river here to start. And with a little bit of priority here in the mid lane.
What?
I am not.
What just happened? What just happened there with the chickens?
I have no idea.
That was weird. Okay. I mean, that was just weird. It looked weird to me, but okay. Looked like one chicken kept respawning to me. But yeah, they are set up for this dragon. It looks like they're not going to be contested, but they basically decided not to fight for any additional dragons, or any additional towers, excuse me, for this dragon. And now they're just set up on a death bush, hoping to catch somebody slipping, but it's not going to happen.
If nobody do anything absolutely wild.
Well, somebody's going to have to. I shouldn't say somebody's going to have to. If you want to contest this dragon, somebody needs to walk there and contest the dragon. But it looks like FFZ is saying, okay, we know you're in here somewhere. We're just going to let it go. That's exactly what they do. They don't even... I like that. I wish we saw that more from more teams, where they said, hey, we're not contesting this. We're not even going to walk near it, and give them the opportunity for the pick they want.
Right, and you know, it's not soul yet, so it's not that important of a dragon, so they're going to try to choose to get some of these objective bounties instead. True Shot Barrage going down mid. Mordekaiser, they're actually going to get there in time to stop it? Looks like...
No.
Too many minions had piled up there. That's another turret and some good old objective bounties there. What is the move now for Rat Legion?
That is a great question, and I'm not really sure. So, Jinx does have now the IE, but Ezreal has the Triforce. So it's not like you're so far ahead anywhere. Well, except for mid, it's not like you're so far ahead anywhere you can really like brute force it. So yeah, I'm not sure. They just have to kind of play the map still smartly, which you know they got to be hoping to themselves they don't throw again. But on the other side, there are enough tools I think for FFZ that they can still win a fight, especially if Nocturne winds up in the wrong place, or you know someone gets onto Jinx, or Ahri gets caught out. Granted, it's very hard to catch Ahri out at this point.
Yeah, 7-1 and dangerous.
Yeah, it's more like she caught you, and if you caught her, she just leaves.
True. But anyway, Baron spawning now in 40-some seconds.
Yeah, and we do have some Ornn items coming in as well. We have the first one going on to Ornn, obviously, and there should be another one here coming shortly. I wonder, I assume it's going to go onto the Ezreal.
He has item ready, so I wonder who he's going to give it to.
Vi is the only person nearby, but I don't think it's going to go to Vi. Like,
I
that
wouldn't
seems like
do
a
that.
bad time.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that on the Radiant Virtue. I might even consider the only people I would consider right now, or at least I think Orange should consider are
It's Ezreal. Ezreal's walking to him now.
Ezreal. I might even consider like Moonstone or maybe even the Leandri's Torment. But they are going to give it to Ezreal. Give him the Infinity Force.
Trinity Force?
Or an upgraded item's called Infinity Force.
Is it? I thought it was Trinity Force.
Well, Trinity Force is the...
Oh, wow.
base item.
Is the... Yeah, Trinity... You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm literally repeating what the initial item was called. Like, what do you mean? But yeah, the dragon set or the Baron setup's happening now. Everybody posturing around it. Chobin is in bot lane. Is being matched by Shishimi though.
I gotta clear some of this vision. So many wards.
Yeah, they are prepared. Here comes Vi.
Ahri,
Oh, she gets the ult out.
yeah, Spirit Rush now pretty much off the table for Ahri at this point.
Unless they catch somebody. Well, unless they catch somebody before the cooldown ends.
Well, it just went on cooldown. It doesn't look like it's that long of a cooldown though. So not a big deal. God, these teams are both playing way too careful. I see vision all over the map. At this point, it's going to take something drastic to change the course of this match.
It's the game 3. Hey, okay, well let's not go crazy anymore. Everybody's kind of tightening up. The sure shot barrage used just to view Baron. But now the dragon's coming up in 37 seconds.
Yeah, that's Soul Dragon. This is an important one. Fantastic Four cannot afford to just give this one. So we'll see how well this fight is played. I see ultimates across the board. Besides True Shot Barrage, that's the only one that's down, but it'll be up before Dragon even spawns.
Well, I also think you could trade this though. Like you could trade this for Baron if you are Rat Legion, where you kind of make them decide to take it because they want to keep you from getting sold. They don't want to let you have Kimtech sold. Oh, never mind.
Uh-oh. Oof, was she taking pretty low here actually though? He's gonna try to go back in. Oof, nice hostile takeover, hits a bunch of people. Here comes Call of the Forge God. He's gonna go in, he's gonna hit the bottom side of there. Renata Glass is gonna go down. Mr. Krabs finds a kill. Zarathi is gonna find a kill on the backside as well. Chobin in a little bit of trouble. Jinx still alive. Sashimi trying to do what he can. He's running away. Shield barely saves him. It could go either way. Both AD carries still alive. Wushi's still alive. Chopper's gonna hit one. Oh, Jinx actually gonna set up. He finds the kill. Now they're gonna chase. Chobin decides to step back, and he dies as well. Jinx finds 3 kills in that last fight, and that should secure the soul.
I was just about to say I don't like how Krabs has been using the ultimate, where he's been kind of using it in the middle of fights. Like, for lack of a better way to put it, when there's more time after the fight, you could use it to like give you new resets. He's kind of using it in the initial skirmish or whatever, and it's not on, you know, low health targets for the execute, but it doesn't matter. It did what it needed to do that fight.
Absolutely.
And now has the Lord Dominic's and the Runins. Jinx is now in the game, and yikes.
You gave the next ornament to Radiant Virtue on Vi. I don't know how to feel about that. But it's a choice. They're trying to make something work. Both sides of the matchup not looking healthy. Baron's up.
It's still only a 5,000 gold lead at 30 minutes. So it is attainable.
Oof. Charm just gonna go a little bit wide.
I mean, I don't think you want to charm the Orin anyway. Orin's not your desired person. But again, we do see 2 outer towers available at 30 minutes. Rat Legion just not getting their towers pressured like you would want them to be if you are FFZ.
FFZ clearing some vision here. We use it. A weird spot here. It's going to hit the Soraka. Soraka could go down. He does go down. A nice cease and desist gets Arya back. It goes stopwatch. However, that does not save him any time as Yuja onto the back line. He gets the E out of Ezreal. Ezreal taking lots of damage. However, Yuja's taking quite a bit of damage himself. Everything is happening. Death Realm onto Orin. Ezreal is technically out of this fight right now. He's trying to poke as much as he can from where he's at. But it just looks like Mordekaiser's going to chase at him. Run him out of this fight. Orin's now the next target. Fling. Dude, it's over. Oh, wait. Orin's still alive. What is happening?
He's going to get feared again.
Orin's leading him on a wild goose chase. Wushikaz gets the kill. And
they have the damage to Baron?
They don't have their 80 carry. Jinx is dead. I don't think they can go to Baron. And they have to reset. And it's just, yeah, they don't have the damage. Uh-oh, Soraka's here. Oh no, Soraka!
Oh, that's the wish, and oh no, it's the other way.
Yusha gets caught out. It was a bait. It was a bait.
Oh no, the rest of the team is on the wrong side of the map for Rat Legion.
Sashimi here walking in.
I totally want some sushi now, and it's too late.
It's way too late to get sushi. That's sad. Here we go. Oof. Mordekaiser holding the front line.
Nocturne ulted but didn't go on anybody. Ulted defensive. Oh, very nice.
What a pull. Call the Forge God's going to come down here. It'll hit one. Ooh, hold on. Oof. So Mega Death Rocket going to hit. Oof, this is not looking good for Rat Legion.
That was another way too early Super Mega Death Rocket, and it's going to give the Baron at least the priority over to FFZ, but here's a teleport.
Teleport coming down. They may look for a re-engage here. They know on the backside, Yusha finds a kill onto Ichoven. Soraka kind of stuck in the pit, and here we go. Their 80 carry not here. By doing what he can onto Yusha on the backside. Soraka's still alive. He'll go down ultimately. Oh no, Mad Chef gonna go down as well. Jinx has to get excited, and that just ends that fight. You know, they lose the initial fight, but, you know, at the end of the day, They're able to
there were-
re-engage.
There were no backs. FFZ never took their backs. Ooh.
Ray is going to be stuck over the wall, and he'll pay the price of his life. He almost stole it. Almost stole it.
It was very close. It looked like it was about 900. But this is looking super rough for FFZ now.
37 minutes into this game, 21-11, and we're cracking inhibitor towers now. They got the Baron, they got the Chem Soul. What more do you need to end this game right now?
Elder just to kill. Oh!
Oh, nice charm there. Followed by huge damage from both sides. Hostage Tech, we're going to go wide, but only because they die before they can get to it. They're going to look to crack it. They get one Nexus Tower here. Mr. Krabs working on another call before he's going to come down. It hits two. He's got another nice knock up there as well. It's buying time. Mr. Krabs is just working on the Nexus, and that is the game. Mr. Krabs just blatantly ignored that last fight, and he just took out the Nexus, and they'll take it home 2-1 Rat Legion.
Yeah, he heard I was hungry and wanted to protect the Krabby Patties or something. I don't know.
I have no idea, but man, he chowed down that Nexus like no other. My God, what a match! So 2-1, and I gotta say, it was close.
It was very close, but Rat Legion made it way more close and more stressful than it needed to be, for sure.
Yeah, so I think it's actually a pretty obvious pick for MVP today, or for this game. I think Mr. Krabs just popped off on the 80 carry. You know, for all 3 games he was fed.
I agree.
All 3 games he was fed. The guy was insane. And, you know, giving props to his team as well. You know, his team played around him very well. But at the end of the day, Mr. Krabs really, really popped off. And I think, you know, is the main source of his team's damage. I think, without a doubt, I think he belongs as the MVP for today.
I agree. But I also know it's very late, so if not available, I understand.
I would agree. It's hit 11 p.m. where I'm at, and I agree. It's pretty late. So if he doesn't want to talk, that's fine. If he wants to talk, I'm willing to do it. We might have an update soon on that. Etoe is going to try to get that. Overall, I thought the series was pretty good series. I didn't think. I mean, there was no point where it was an absolute stomp, in my opinion. It was one side would get ahead and take an advantage, and they'd roll with it. And even then, there was times where it's like, man, you know, the Rat Legion has this in the bag without a doubt, and then they just lose. How does that happen? I don't know. You know, but that's why we talk to these guys in person. We ask their opinions because they know the game better than we do, I think. Probably at this point. But I think he's just joined us. Mr. Krabs, how are you?
Hello. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Our team, we don't really know what we're doing sometimes. Yeah, we pulled it out there.
So what happened game 2? I'm very curious. You guys had a pretty pretty giant lead, in my opinion, and it just kind of dissipated. What happened?
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, we talked about it. We feel like our team count was fine. Their team count was fine. We just didn't coordinate our engages really well. Twitch is like, I think it was mostly on the ADC pick and how we played around it, because Twitch is like, plays completely around his ulti. And so there were a lot of fights where like we had an early engage, but it wasn't really like super all in. So I had to use my Twitch R early, which he just has no damage after that. So I think that's what happened.
Interesting. How do you guys feel you guys played today overall?
Oh my God. I mean, yeah, we're feeling good. I mean, let's be honest, right? We were ranked, you know, bottom of the power rankings, which we accept. I mean, it's like for valid reasons and stuff like that. But, you know, it didn't feel good seeing us at the bottom there for 3 straight weeks. So just really good that we got that win. Oh, it feels good.
Yeah, I will openly admit I was one of the doubters.
It's all good though. No, I mean it's like all understandable. Like there's good reason for it.
Especially because, you know, I didn't even know this before, but then there was the like, wait, who's playing where? Question mark. Which also made me go, oh, they're just out here goofing. But I guess not.
Yeah. That's still. I mean, I want to give a shout out, because he asked me to give a shout out, but he deserves it. Everyone on our team played super well, but our mid laner, who was previously the ADC, he and I role swapped, and like I think we're able to like pull that out because he has the playmaking ability from the mid lane, and whereas I don't. Like I usually just kind of like sit there, farm, try to scale. And
Right.
yeah, you guys probably saw it in a lot of those matches. Like he was the one making all the plays, like the pick on the Victor match 3 and stuff like that. So
You're right.
yeah, shout out to our mid laner.
You're right. Completely. I agree. Your mid laner played very well today. We picked you because you're consistent. The consistency was there. The damage was there. All 3 games you were ahead in your lane, and you really, really dominated in the bot lane today, I feel.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I really need it because when we play our flex matches, our mid, he always manages to outdamage me by like 1k, 2k. And he always steals the MVP from me too. So I'm really glad I finally get to outdamage him and like, get some recognition.
Absolutely. Now, is there anything you guys want? Like, are you looking to change for the future? Is there any major problems you guys found out today, or are you guys feeling really, really good heading into week 3?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you guys saw generally like other teams have told us this too. We recognize that like one of our biggest weaknesses is kind of how we play the mid to late macro. Sometimes we have like these huge leads, and then just like you saw in match 2, like we kind of have a tendency to like throw them away. So we probably want to work on that. But otherwise, yeah, and we're feeling good. Everyone's feeling good.
Sweet. You got anything else?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, since they're asking, I'll give a shout out to Austin, to Dragon Man, our sub, to Stevie, our captain, to my support. He played well this match. Top jungle, everyone gets a shout. Everyone played super well.
Actually, I had a more question, which is, did y'all know that Kog'Maw Milio was stupid, or was that just like a theory crafted thing?
You know what? For the sake of future drafts, I'm gonna not comment on that. I'm just gonna go ahead and not say anything. Let's just say that we stumbled into it. Let's roll with that story.
Okay.
But no, I mean, Kog'Maw's very strong right now. If anyone doesn't know.
Yeah, so's Twitch though. I didn't realize how strong he was. I was looking at some of his stats. I was like, wow, he's actually very good right now. I was like, I don't know, but I think that's all we got for you, man. But congratulations, man. You played very well tonight.
Fantastic.
And you guys go out and party, do what you ever do, celebrate your victory, and I can't wait to see you in week 3, man.
Yes, sir. Back to solo queue it is. Thank you, guys. All right, peace.
Peace.
All right.
All right, well, I believe that brings the end of our broadcast for tonight. That was 2 great series, 2-0 and then a 2-1. You cannot have asked for a better night of League. Make sure to tune in tomorrow, I believe, and at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. Anybody want to correct me on that?
I think it's the same time. I think it is 6 Eastern, 5 cool people. But again, not like I'm 98% sure.
98% sure. If we're wrong, somebody will correct us on somewhere, I'm sure. So make sure to stay tuned for that. And I think that is all we have for today. Unless somebody wants to make any honorable mentions, I think we're good to go.